phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hey, me change, you let me peach. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pants. Today on buy, and I say, today on buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Profit, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relax. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, show enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake bar. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. Why didn't I kill it? Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram.
Vibing all night long. You too. What's poppin'? It's your boy Chef Chupino. Welcome to a Tuesday night rant. What's good? It's time for you to get it off your chest. It's time for you to have that catharsis. It's time for you to talk about what gets on your nerves and potentially laugh about what gets on my nerves. Regardless what time it is, one thing we know about the time, it's our time. Peace and love to everybody who decided to pop in. I know there's a lot of things you could be doing tonight, a lot of shows you could be watching tonight, but guess where you are? At my crib. And I respect that totally. So what we're going to do first and foremost is bring another third up. My man, my mellow, Just Vic. Let me know if you're ready to rock. Sound check. Cool. So talk to him, son. You on mute. Well, anyway, in the meantime, let's get the love fest going on right now. I see a lot of comments popped up in this piece. What's up, Dawn Frank? Moderator, one of the dopest moderators ever. Quantum Love, there she go. My man, E Blizzy, E Black on deck. Hey, Miss Married. Love, blessings and love. All hot air. I appreciate you sharing that. You already know where your seat is at. Hey, Clean Nita, I see you. Yeah, I saw you was vibing. I saw you over there vibing. Who else we got? All right, my man, Tanique Anthony, master editor, he's master editor, master moderator. When he was a teenager, he was a masturbator. You see what I did there?
Massive debater.
He was a master debater. Right, that one too. Yes, my man. Who else we got in the spot with us? All right. Let's see, Quantum, Nick. Over the top. What up, Colette? What is going on? Over the top WME. Yeah, she's been putting on some really dope daytime shows. We talk about We Own the Night. Colette owns the day. Colette owns the day. So, what it do, Big Vic? What's popping with you, fam?
What's good with you, brother? You hear me all right?
Huh? Yeah, you sound good. You sound good.
All right.
So, how's it been, man? What's been going on with you?
Yo, just grinding, man. Trying to get this thing moving like a well-oiled machine, man.
Man, who you telling? I was supposed to join another stream earlier, and I started having some technical setup difficulties, and it wasn't a good thing. And I was prepping for the show, so I was unable to, you know, I was unable to do what I needed to do on that side. But I'm glad I was still able to make it to you guys tonight. Where 100 Watts at? Where you at?
What?
Watts. I heard somebody say something about Watts. All right, cool. I see you. All right, you got to put. That's right now. He's Daddy Watts. He's Daddy Watts.
Okay.
You already know what it is. But yeah, man. So this week has been a pretty interesting week. Special rest in peace to Donna Arroyo, aka Donna FIFA Latifa. She was actually somebody who went to high school. She was in my high school. She was actually in our graduating class, a school called Samuel J. Tilden in Brooklyn, East Flatbush, Brooklyn. And she was one of those people that was cool with everybody, even the folks that were not cool with each other. Everybody was her Facebook friend as well. You know what I mean? Great girl, great person. And we lost her. We lost one of our soldiers early this week. So peace, blessings, respect, and mucho de bendiciones para tu familia. That's a multitude of blessings to the Arroyo family, straight up and down.
Peace to those folks.
Yeah, man. Today there's a reason that we put our rants on Tuesdays. What's one of the most complaining ass days of the week?
Somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Right. So, let you get that Monday out, get you a little bit of Tuesday in, and then what happens? You get to have that little catharsis and rinse it away. So, anything in the news recently that got with you, man? That got on your nerves?
Trauma bonding Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I don't watch the news, man. I really don't. YouTube is my news station. News is so depressing, man, especially in any major city. I mean, the last time I watched the news, there were 3 back-to-back stories, all involving some kind of horrible, gruesome death. And the last one was a grandmother and a fire and some guys. And I'm like, if I watch this any longer, I'm not going to see the world the same. And, I already kind of have a skeptical eye. So when I go to, places where people are more friendly, people try to come up and speak to you and things like that, I'm always giving them the side. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm from the big town. You know what I mean? But I mean, that news, man, it does something to people. I don't subscribe to watching the news on a regular basis. Matter of fact, for probably about 2 years straight, I got all my news from the Daily Show. Shout out to Jon Stewart.
Wow. So you had that little mix of comedy in there.
That's the only way I can digest it. Someone has to they gotta dress that shit up in sugar or something, man. I can't, you know what I mean? I watch a lot of comedy, man. My real life looking like the news sometimes, so I like to mess with that.
Damn, it's kind of early for me to push back, right? It's a little early. It's a little early for me to push back. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. First, before we even get to that point, before that, remind me about the pushback. Yo, Sheree beat Chicago. What's going on? Yeah, I just finished talking about you. I was having some real technical issues with this new setup here, and I had to download these things for the show. I do apologize. I don't owe you one. I owe you two. But Sheree beat Chicago. She has a dope show. And if you go to her page as well, she had it was a stream today about bridging the gap between the elders and the youngsters, the OGs, and the young bucks, So please make sure you go, like, subscribe, support. Same thing with Over the Top, WME. Who else? Let me make sure I shout out my content creators that's here. What up, DJ E-Man? I see you. It's All Hot Air. Check out It's All Hot Air. That page is crazy. So Hot in Cali. So, all right. Who else we got in here? E-Black TV, of course. You got to check out E-Black TV. Yo, this guy's page got a new look. It's a whole vibe over there at E-Black TV. Trust and believe. So yeah, cool.
Okay, you want to know what really pissed me off?
Oh, okay. Come with it.
Terrible coaching.
Sorry
ass Cowboy. I don't want no smoke. I ain't no Cowboy fan, man. But shout out to the San Francisco 49ers and my brother E-Black. Everybody support and subscribe to E-Black TV. Okay. That counts. All right, E-Black. Oh, that counts.
I don't know. That time when he made the bet, he might have been, he looked more like he's slizzy. You know what I mean? So I don't even know if he understands what you're doing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, folks didn't expect that though. Folks didn't expect that. Them Cowboy fans, I can imagine what their rant sounds like right now.
Are you a Giants fan? You support the New York teams?
I'm gonna tell you. I was in New York. I was a Jets fan for the longest. You got to remember, I lived there.
That's like being a Browns fan. It's like the worst.
It's a difference. Watch this. Let me explain. I'm gonna tell you. It's like this. You in Georgia, you got the Falcons, right? But then say there's another Georgia team, which is the Falcons, right? I mean, there's another Atlanta team.
Right.
But they play in North Carolina. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was easier to get to the Jet games. Remember, the Giants, they played in the Meadowlands. That's in New Jersey. So to go to a Giants game, it was a couple hour drive to go to a Giants game.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Then there was
realistic.
There was one point they was both playing out there. You get what I'm saying? But the Jets was that down home team, man. There was a lot of people that were Jets fans. Folks became Giants fans after them championships. But I gotta say, for me, the Jets, they used to practice at my cousin's college campus. They used to practice over by Hofstra, in Long Island. They used to practice in Uniondale. And, because I got to meet a couple of them, what's the name? Wayne Corbett, he actually went to class with my cousin. So that was one of his boys on the team. He played at Hofstra. So I guess proximity made me rock with them more,
Once you start rocking with them.
Yeah, because, I'm older, man. So remember, Joe Klecko, come on, man.
Have y'all ever won?
You ever heard of a guy named Broadway Joe?
Nah, I don't know no Broadway Joe. Should I know Broadway Joe? How old I gotta be?
Wow.
I'm a bigger basketball fan than football, but I know.
Oh, so you never heard of Joe Namath?
Of course I know Joe Namath.
Broadway Joe.
Father quarterback position.
Right.
Okay. Never
Broadway
knew.
Joe.
Okay, I never knew that was his nickname.
Yeah, Jets. Yeah.
He played for the Jets. Hey, you know how I know Joe Namath? Ask me how.
From them pain relief commercials.
It's old. You remember a television series with a household father? We used to tell old football
Oh,
stories.
you're talking about wait. You're not talking about Webster.
A little after that, a white family.
Webster was a white family with Joe Papadopoulos in them.
He was a bowler and a shoe salesman.
You talking about Ed Bundy?
Al Bundy.
Yeah, you know him. Yeah, Al Bundy.
He used to always tell them stories about how he
Polk County High when he ran them 4 touchdowns back.
I was out there like Joe Namath. And I'm like, who the fuck is Joe Namath?
Yeah,
He
man.
do
He
little
played
pose
most
and
of
shit, like the Heisman pose. Like, okay.
Yeah, man.
So I actually looked into who he was, but I didn't know all the nicknames and all that.
Yeah, he's a legend. He's a legend. He's like Hall of Fame legend at Alabama. You know what I mean? He played AFL and NFL. He was like the first one of the big modern age star quarterbacks, man. Yeah, he was that guy. But anyway,
What else on the news, Chef?
they gave them the business, man. So I got another rant I want to drop, man. Straight up. Hygiene. Hygiene.
The whole thing?
It's one thing if you locked up in your crib and you just chilling in your crib a few days and you're not out there and you decide to take it upon yourself not to wash your ass. Keep that energy in your own crib. If you know you're going to be in the vehicle with somebody, if you know that you're going to be at a restaurant, if you know you're going to be standing on the line and your ass is going to be in front and below the person in line before you's nose, and you're doing something wrong.
Now you can't breathe.
Yeah, your freedom stops. Well, my motherfucking nose starts. I'm just saying.
Common areas.
But what are you doing? It's the guy in the store. What if it's the guy that's at the counter?
Oh, that's the worst.
And you on the line and you smelling something, right? And it smell like there's certain cultural aspects I'm not gonna go into. But it starts to smell like onion arm, right? Onion arm, and then it's like, you doing one of these? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't look down, you know what I mean? Like, ain't me. But it didn't seem like the person in front of me. It just seemed as the line is moving forward, we getting closer to the front. Got close to the front, you could almost see that shit. Onion arm.
Take it.
Onion arm.
Taste it.
Yo. Bro, you can almost taste it. You get what I'm saying? The shit don't make no sense. No sense whatsoever.
So did you say something to him, Shad, or you just had to eat it? Hold back your tears.
Is the gas, it's the little gas station store inside the gas station. I literally instinctively looked right over there behind me at the little aisle that was right there. And I happened to be the spot that got the deodorants and the nail clippers and the chapstick and shit and and the goody powders and all of that stuff, that little baby pharmacy section. I just looked at it. I literally looked at it myself just to see. Damn, they got damn deodorant in there. But anyway,
Tell me something then. Let's touch that.
yeah.
If there wasn't always deodorant, was it?
No.
So I'd like to know when the invention of deodorant came to be, because there wasn't always wedding rings. It's a fairly new invention in itself.
It's funny you say that. You're absolutely right. Because back in the days, when we talk about like medieval times, and when we even go back to the Middle Ages, you know, with the royals and all of that, when the men wearing the powdered wigs and all of those different things, those folks did not smell very good. In terms of not smelling very good, they did not understand certain other aspects of the body's pH balance physiology. They didn't. And they had fragrances. As we began to become more, quote unquote, polished, we started understanding some of those offending scents, you know. But while we were all in it, you don't smell it. You understand what it is. You become immune to certain fragrances. After you smell it for a certain amount of time, your nasal passages no longer become sensitive to that fragrance, so you no longer smell it. But there's, you know, if you ever gone to Mumbai, and if you've ever been to parts of the Middle East, you will see certain fragrance differences. Partially, like for instance, there's people of different religions that do not deal with products that are you know, come from pigs, right? Products from certain animals. You know, glycerin is something that's used in a lot of products. And
yeah, it is.
Right. Glycerin is a piece to all of the 5%ers that I knew in Brooklyn that broke it down, you know, but glycerin is processed from pig fat because it's one of the pig fat melts easier, renders differently, you know, than other fats as well.
That's why I don't eat Jello. I don't eat gummy, anything. It's hard to find pills without it.
Because you know, there's a lot of glycerin that's used. Now, there's gelatins that don't, you know, involve the use of pig fat, but glycerin was one of the main ones, and glycerin was everywhere. And some of the products also existed. Some of the animal byproducts existed in some of our deodorants. Now, y'all know I hope y'all understand there's a difference, right? There's deodorant, which is like Right Guard, that spray, you know, them sprays, or the little the fake roll-on joints, not the white ones. But then there's those sprays. Those are deodorants. Those do nothing. That's like Axe body spray over onion arm. You need antiperspirant, right? Or what is it? Antiperspirant works better. Why? Because what is it? Aluminum bromide or something like that. That's in there. What it does is it slows down the sweat glands from secreting out. So what happens is it slows them down from secreting, but then it also dries. You know, it dries whatever secretions come from your sweat gland. That's why, if you notice, you rub some of that antiperspirant on your finger, and then you wet your finger and you rub, your fingers dry. So that's not used a lot in some of the countries in the Middle East. You get what I'm saying? Natural understanding why, but my nose is not any less offended, even though my brain understands.
Chef, I'm gonna get you pushback.
Talk to me.
It's a hot subject. One of my homegirls, I don't know if she was a Rasta or whatever, but she was real, like super earthy into
Ital. Yeah, we call them Ital. Mm-hmm. Living
But
a high
look,
tide lifestyle. Go ahead.
long time ago, she put me on because she was buy her groceries. I used to work at a Publix, so she would buy her groceries from the store, and Publix is like tied to Whole Foods, and they got a lot more like the natural type products. So there's this roll-on deodorant that she would buy, and I'm like, what is this old?
I know which
You know what
one
I'm
you're
saying?
talking
Like,
about.
what is this? What is this? I'm
It's
like,
that
why you buy this? And
non-chemical
I'm like,
joint.
it was expensive too. I was like, why are you buying this? And she broke it down to me. And the difference between that deodorant and antiperspirant that you were speaking of is exactly the way you spoke of it. It actually slows or stops the sweat glands from secreting,
Mm-hmm.
aka antiperspirant, perspiration. Sweat is necessary. It's actually doing something. So to turn that function off on a daily basis, on a regular basis, because you can get away with anything for a little while, but anything you make a part of your daily routine has a cumulative effect. And that substance you were speaking of is called aluminum chloride.
Chloride, I said chromide.
But
It actually
yeah,
is harmful.
very much so. And it's been suspected, not necessarily proven, but suspected to be a contributing factor to uh, Alzheimer's as well as breast cancer in men and women. So immediately after I had that conversation with her, I switched. Never been back. Now, Tom's is a brand, they make a good one. As far as it being effective, how you do construction, bro. You know how you went, but you have to have a real deal out there. And it's pretty expensive, but there are some better ones. You talking about now? You talking about $7-8 worth of deodorant, and you know what I'm saying, $7-8 bottles of deodorant at that point to get the smell good and to get the feeling that you're used to.
Yeah, she used
You
to
know what I
get
mean?
Toms and she used to get Toms and Copa Capari. It was with a Capari, K-O Capari. Hold on.
They got this joint called Method Man. Like yeah,
Yep, Capari.
that one.
Capari Beauty natural aluminum free coastal deodorant. Yeah, man. It's just so we're about to take it there then.
Let's go. I was like, nah, I can't leave that untouched.
Have you ever experienced a less than fragrant woman?
Absolutely. She was cute as hell too.
How did that make you feel?
Conflicted and confused. Seriously.
You know, it's the best part, y'all. And I'm not talking to you, and I'm talking to the chat. I'm talking to the audience members. When I asked him how he felt, he said 2 words: conflicted and confused, right? My favorite one, I understand confusion, but my favorite one he chose was conflicted. You understand why he was conflicted? He was conflicted because he was smelling that stinky. And he was conflicted on whether he was going to still touch it or not. Like, damn it, man.
How despicable am I really?
It's like if somebody told you that there's a diamond hiding in that pile of shit over there, you got to go and get it. It's a diamond, son.
House show. You show?
Right up. You got to go to the trash and go into the trash and find your treasure. Going into the trash to find your treasure. Going into the freaking trash to find your treasure. We just linked up to one of today's rants. But remind me of that. Trash to find treasure. Peace to Joanna Washington. Haven't seen you for a while. I hope your spirit is well, sister.
What's
See
going
you on
on,
the
sis?
spot. Peace, Joanna. Yeah. So going into the mother effing trash to find your riches. Let's talk about this first rant. I'll give you a little taste.
Drake is allegedly getting sued by an Instagram model after he put hot sauce in his condom. Yes, you heard that correctly. Let's get into it. Well, we didn't have this on our bingo card for 2022. An Insta model allegedly threatening to take legal action against Drake for pouring hot sauce into his used condom is quite the story. So with that, we want to issue a graphic content warning because this story might be TMI for some. Also, we advise that you only continue on with the video if you're of age to handle more mature topics. Okay, now that you've officially been warned, here's what we know. The IG account Too Much Hot Tea posted details in the caption about what supposedly went down between Drake and the model. The two allegedly met through Instagram and went back to Drizzy's hotel after a party. Too Much Hot Tea specifically alleges they smoked weed for a bit and he asked if she wanted to have sex. She said he was very intent on ensuring things were consensual. The caption then gets into way more detail about their romantic encounter and some of Drake's, physical attributes, if you get your meaning. We're going to spare you those details, but you can read the full account online if you're curious. After that, the IG account shares that once Drake and the model were done having sex, he went to the bathroom to dispose of his condom. This is the part where things get a little hot, and friends, trust us when we say not in a good way. Too Much Hot Tea went on to add that the model fished the condom out the trash, untied it, and put the opening end into her genital area. She was apparently in for a surprise though, because Too Much Hot Tea explains she said it felt like pouring hot lava into her. Yeah, let this be a lesson to all. 1, sex and hot sauce do not mix. 2, hot sauce is probably best for food rather than anything else. The IG account also wrote that she screamed and Drake ran into the bathroom. He admitted that he poured a packet of hot sauce in the condom to kill the sperm. If this encounter is true, we're sure the model and Drake were both in.
So I just want to make sure, was everyone able to hear? Because I know Colette said she heard feedback. Were you guys able to hear it?
Yeah, well, echo, just because say
it again.
I say you just had a little bit of an echo. That's all.
Okay.
I think I heard it all.
All right, cool. So pretty much, y'all, this is what it was. Our buddy Drake. Now understand, this is a man that's worth 9 figures. He's worth 9 figures. And he's already conceived a child and is the father of a child that he had with somebody that he didn't care for. That was just what I would call a physical interaction. So, what does this man do? He's a businessman. Or in the words of Jay-Z, Drake is not a businessman. He's a business man. All right. Yeah, look at Danique. I put this on everything. Look.
You got that Frank's hat.
Hey, you got that Drake's hat.
That Drake hat, yeah.
So he's a businessman. So one of the things you do in business is risk management. Hedging for risk, hedging for potential risks. And he's been in the situation before. Do y'all know that Drake got a whole process? People called him weird when they talked about the process. You know, they called it weird. They called it creepy. Is it so creepy? Let's talk about it. So, when Drake is performing in specific places, specific towns, even in Canada, he has his team, his handlers. They'll go out, go to the mall, go stores, and while they're out, if they see a woman that is beautiful and they know his type, they'll holler at her and let her know he's in town and they represent him.
Yeah, that's dope.
Right. And, you know, you like to invite them to an event. It could be an after party. Normally it's an after party for the show in that town. And, you know, that handler deals with them.
Curate.
They got to sign a waiver. They have to sign a waiver, and then they have to sign a waiver later on as well. People say, man, that's crazy, man. Who would want to go through all of that? Drake, $100 million man. You would think, why does that make sense? Why does that shit make sense? Why would somebody even do something like that? Like, oh, it's too much. And just go rub one out in the bathroom, right? Why would they do that? Because you can lose everything. You can lose everything. Even when we do what is freaking responsible. There's so many dudes that's out there double rapping.
Bruh.
You understand how many dudes are
I've
out there double rapping?
I've heard of that. Never attempted that. But I can only imagine you just working. You just working at that point. That ain't no pleasure. If you don't trust her like that, you might as well not even fuck with her.
We passed 2 minutes and we're getting close to 11. Double rap, that's a numb dick. Just saying. But just the fact that we have to go through that route, and I understand that, even more so for the children. You want children to be intentional. So he goes through what he has to deal with. And then after he's finished, goes into the bathroom to take it off. A couple of my uncles used to tell me to do that. They used to tell me to take it off. Another uncle told me that he put shampoo inside there.
Put something.
He would put shampoo inside there or make sure that it flushed. I don't know why he ain't just flushing, but maybe he ain't trusting, But bro, he had to have the presence of mind to keep a condom and hot sauce packet in his pocket.
Yo, I think it's fucking genius.
Yo, he stays with a hot sauce packet in his pocket, bro, for when he knows. But let me. Yo, Danique is on one tonight.
I know that hot sauce thing.
Look, he called him the best rapper alive.
That can only mean one thing.
Probably added to some septic system damages. Stupid septic punk.
I heard it in the bathroom like, ooh.
What it do?
What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me. How y'all doing?
Watts. And for the record, y'all, Watts, he puts pancake syrup into his condoms.
Whoa.
Wait
a minute. That's too sticky for me.
He's like, it's like maple.
Pause. This whole conversation.
With maple. So you heard what we're talking about, right?
I heard it in the back. I just put some hot sauce on my burrito, baby.
Whoa.
Hey, you a freak.
Nah, the Drake doing that shit, not me.
No, he didn't put it in his burrito. He put it in
the song. Somebody made a song.
Hey, let me make sure you understand. He didn't pour hot sauce on his.
I know.
Oh, okay, cool.
I know.
Son.
I mean, but even still, I wouldn't be surprised if he did that either.
Hey. So get back on the arm rant. No.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if you gonna jump out the gym and do some wild shit like that, like, why are we gonna put a limit on what he do with the hot sauce? It's already wild.
Okay.
Look, remember when I told you about that Ray Donovan shit? That show Ray Donovan, and they had the ball player, and he had one of them chicks to pass around jimmies, and he did just that. Tied the joint up, threw it in the bathroom trash can.
Oh yeah.
And then old girl grabbed the trash bag, set it outside the door. Somebody else came, scooped it up, put it in a bucket of ice.
I saw that clip.
Put it in a bucket of ice, swept that joint off to the car. Then Ray Donovan ran up on him with the gun, like, give me that. But it just a world you would have no idea about.
Oh, I remember that episode. They called that episode "Saving Semen."
Listen,
we ain't talking about no sailing.
Okay. So wait. They sitting there talking about all of these details. That means somebody gave that up, because I done heard those same details. The story ain't changed. So somebody said this is what happened. I'm gonna go out my way and say it wasn't Drake. So if the girl is
when
the
you
one,
say you're gonna go out to say, what do you mean that it wasn't?
it wasn't Drake that told the story about what happened.
Oh no,
Definitely
no.
not.
In terms of, let me break it down. The reason that the story came out was the girl reported it. She's suing him. I'm gonna
So
give
she
you.
is responsible for the details.
That's the she put it all out on social media. So for the record, she was literal about it. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go and find the actual transcript of what she said. But basically, she stated that he was a gentleman. She stated that sex was consensual. She stated, she stated about what she signed, that there was nothing. He didn't take it. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
That it was all consensual. And she stated when they
Shit, that's a
finished.
fucking W right there.
Right. She did when they finished, she went into the bathroom. I mean, he went into the bathroom. He did what he did in the bathroom. She didn't know at that time. And then she says in her statement, she went into the bathroom and she fished the condom tied in a knot out of the garbage can. And then she stated that she untied the knot and poured the contents into her holiest of holies. And the word she stated was that it instantly felt like hot lava.
Unholiest of holies.
And when she said that, when I read the part about it feeling like hot lava, the only four words that I could freaking muster up was "good for your ass." Even though it wasn't her ass, but you get the point. It's like, good for your ass. Bro, she fished it out. She fished it out and poured the contents.
I mean, it's not a new concept, but
it's not a new concept. It's
but
not. The thing is,
to sue is. I've never heard that. Now, my question for you is whether she has a legal standing or not, right? Because if you know you have infectious disease and you knowingly, and you've been notified by medical staff, and you knowingly spread it, they call that assault. You can go your ass to jail for that, right?
Right. Let me just answer Colette's question. So Colette, he didn't put it on his stuff. He didn't have it there when they were having sex. After he finished having sex with her, he went into the bathroom, took off the condom, and in order to make the contents of that condom unusable, he poured hot sauce into it, shook it up, and then tied it in a knot and threw it in the garbage. So she took the contents of that condom and poured it into herself. That's the craziest thing. So now you were talking about the suing aspect, right?
Right. So because you can be legally charged for spreading an infectious disease, right? Then knowingly spreading an infectious disease, then is there a law in the books that says that? Because clearly he had established that he was not trying to get her pregnant by disposing of it, contaminating and everything, and putting it in a actual trash can. It wasn't just sitting out, so she couldn't be confused about his intentions for that sample. So the fact that she then went into that trash to then put it in herself, she did that. He didn't have no help or no say or no consent in that. The fact that he did not consent on her using his sample, can he sue her? Or any man for that case?
Oh, I can tell you. Let's talk legal minutia. If you have sex with a stranger and you flush that condom down the toilet and you flush that condom down the toilet and it gets stuck somewhere in the pipes. Say y'all was at a hotel and then that stranger checks out and you check out. And then another group of people come into that hotel and they're sitting there and there's a big backup in the pipes. And that used condom shoots back up and hits that new guest in the coochie. Let's say coochie. And hits her in the coochie and it impregnates that person. You are still responsible. If they can figure out what's what. There's already been cases where women have done that. They've used the contents of a condom, and the men have been responsible. Regardless if it was intentional, we're still responsible. Even if they go, at the end of the day, it's your child, right? And that's the way it's looked at. So regardless, you're responsible and you can't get out of it, even if she went and got it. There's been situations where the ex still had access, where couples where they'll freeze their specimens, freeze their eggs, freeze their sperm, just in case they want to have children later. There was a case where the wife, after they separated and divorced, he never removed her name from the thing, so she had access, and she went and impregnated herself with his sperm that was available at the clinic, and he was responsible. That's one piece, right? That's one piece about the responsibility aspect. Let's talk about the other part, though. Her suing him. Now, in terms of what I know, she would have to prove either one, negligence or malicious intent. Negligence or malicious intent, which means that he was not being careful, and because remember, it's a civil suit. It's not
in the trash can. That gets rid of negligence.
The negligence in terms of him being negligent in putting something into the condom. Remember, the trash can is one thing. The act of putting it into the condom, if there was a chance, it would be negligence. That's one. Or, intent, malice, which means that she would have to prove that he knew she was going to go fish the condom out of there and he put some hot sauce in there as a lesson. Do you know if you set a booby trap in your house? You remember that movie, Death Wish, old school movie with Charles Bronson?
Mm-hmm.
And they remade him with, what's his name? With Bruce Willis. In those movies, he would always end up moving to the messed up hood. They call it ghetto. Mm-hmm. And then it would always be some crazy gangs doing stuff, coming at him, trying to break into his crib. So he would set little booby traps inside the crib. So when they try to come in the window, they put their foot down. All of a sudden, a booby trap comes with nails and all kinds of stuff, hit them in the chest. That's illegal. Even though it's your property. It's illegal for you to have something there that could potentially harm or maim someone and knowingly put it there, even if it's only going to hit somebody that's coming to do you harm.
So what's the difference between that and me walking out and shooting them in the face?
What do you wait?
If you break in my house and I shoot you, or the damn booby trap come out and the shotgun blow you the side of your ass off because I set it up to do that. What's the difference?
That's different. That's different though. Remember, they're coming. Your booby traps are illegal. The best thing I could say is having traps set within your home that could potentially harm someone. That's literally illegal. You do have the right, Castle Doctrine. You have the right to defend your property, right, or defend your home. If you're inside your car, Castle Doctrine applies to your car as well, right? So the thing is, legally, you can't set traps.
Okay.
You can't set booby traps. You can't set them in your home, and you can get sued. They can sue you for it.
Okay, I will never do that.
Oh, you need to stop. Real. But I'm saying, man, so how do y'all dispose of your Jimmy hats? Wait. I mean, for those of y'all that use them.
Hey man,
I'm gonna like get that away just in case somebody listening.
You like
hey
that shit?
man,
I
this
just
I'm
said
like,
this when it jumped off the screen.
not sure I want to get off in this exit.
Yeah,
It's a little
no.
dark. We gonna go up one more. Hit that
I
there.
asked that question, I'll be like,
I
y'all
don't
don't
think
use them, right? Big Drive.
I don't think there's a gas station off on this exit. I'm gonna keep going.
Hey, you first, chef.
Well, he about to get married, so we know what the answer to that is.
Save the date, 2037. All right. So listen.
Hey, I thought you weren't allowed to set booby traps in your own house. I want to see.
You got that. You got that. Oh, damn.
Hey, look. You remember? Okay, it's a video. Lady running up to the door. Boyfriend is in the car. She running up to the door to steal the Amazon package. I guess the little ring doorbell or whatever, alerted, whatever, they haul ass. She running with the package, slips, breaks her ankle. Boyfriend turns around like, bitch, I know you didn't fall. Oh my God, his bitch leg, bro. He trying to help her, but he want to save his own ass. So long story short, she ends up suing the people whose property it was she broke her leg on trying to steal their package off their porch. Fuck sense that made.
So
Only in America.
I got a special surprise for y'all.
Only in America.
I got a special surprise for y'all, folks. Standing backstage, you know, there's a reason we brought up the story with Drake. I just want to let y'all know we have an exclusive on the Chef Shapino channel, the Nighthawks Tuesday Night Rant. I want to introduce the lady that fished out the condom from the trash with Drake.
Don't do my girl like that. I got your back.
That is disgusting and nasty.
That's that bullshit.
That is that bullshit.
Okay.
Yo, swear to God, you need to make that a t-shirt, bro. That's that bullshit.
Okay.
Talk to me, man. Talk to me. What do you think about that shit, Andre?
That is nasty. She is dumb and stupid and nasty. That's nasty. Oh, like something wrong with women. I don't know who does some shit like that. That's nasty. Ugh.
Your son is 23, right?
My son is 23. Yes.
So after that, you're gonna buy him some Tabasco.
No, I'm not buying him some Tabasco, but I showed him. I showed her about her box of condoms. Now I told him when we be doing that stupid shit, I be telling him to watch out. I do tell him if you're trying to get pregnant and you're gonna end up paying some child support somewhere, to watch out. So I ain't tripping. I tell him there's some hoes out there do that. I said it. And I tell him that.
In his house.
Yeah,
peace to the 304s.
They want to check baby. They want to check baby. And I was like, you ain't doing that.
I need to find out what the resolution to this is gonna end up being. Cause
she ain't gonna get nothing.
She ain't gonna get nothing.
But embarrassed. And a TV deal.
I just need to make sure that the legal system is actually gonna work its way the way it's supposed to, just to make sure, because I just need to verify the legalities behind some bullshit like this.
She's stupid. She's just dumb. Who
that is wild.
Like
she's not gonna win because Drake paper long, like super long.
Yeah, Drake can keep going to court how long he want to.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, to a normal dude, like to an everyday dude, like a dude that works at a construction site and then end up meeting a shorty, and they have their exchange, and he like, all right, cool, let me throw this in the trash real quick, like Chef said, like, we probably linked up at a hotel or something like that, right? We did our thing, I threw it in the trash, fell asleep, she left, but I didn't know she grabbed it on the way out the door when she left, type shit. Like,
bruh,
the legal responsibility behind some shit like that.
Watch. If I put this same condom in the trash can, right? But in this trash can is broken glass from the party we had, right? All in there. We cleaned up, and I just threw it in there. Now she want that thing back because that's $1 million lottery ticket right there. and she could just get it. But in the process of her getting it, she cut herself. And I don't know, her hand get infected, she loses a finger. Is this not the same? Is that not the same thing? Am I just as liable in that case?
I mean, look, I mean, all kinds
She
of shit
harmed
happen.
herself on my premises.
I mean, it's even on a lower scale. Like if something like if she pulls it out the trash can and then lo and behold catches a yeast infection, like you gonna sue me for catching a yeast infection? Like what the fuck is going on here right now?
Yeah, man, this shit went out the rails.
It's nasty as fuck, bro. Like the mind, like the place you have to be in your mind to dig in, bro.
Nigga, do you know how many millions of dollars is tied to that baby?
I don't give a motherfucker.
Nigga, that's like a guaranteed lottery ticket, bro.
Still, it's nasty.
So
Fuck
Vic,
nasty. I wash.
So Vic, you telling me you gonna find yourself poking a hole
right out.
if you come across somebody like Megan Good or Kerry Washington or something like that? You telling me you gonna poke a hole in the condom?
I plead the fifth on the
This
ground that it may.
Come on, Vic.
Bruh.
Tell the truth.
How much money Nylon got? Somebody look that shit up.
Vic, really? Okay.
Look,
this man crazy, bro.
They got something for all of that. There's a new product that I found. It kind of
Hey, watch face though. Hey, listen. I don't know how it's like you know how twins be connected and they can feel each other pain. It's like when certain things be happening, all men across the world can feel it.
Whoa. Yeah, that was that emotion you saw on my face. That was real emotion. You're like,
it's like that cringe. I feel like every man that just saw that right now felt that little cringe in the bottom of his stomach. Like, I ain't never felt the need to test a condom like that. That's crazy as fuck.
Good.
That's crazy as fuck. Oh man.
So
yes.
Hey, at least you know it worked though.
Yo, that thing right there. I'm like, yo, that was I don't, man. So I mean, so what do you tell your son, Andrea? Action step. What do you tell your son? Action step. Now that you've seen that this is what folks are going through and folks are dealing with, that you learned about this new phenomenon. How will you move?
I told him move different. Be who you know who you sleeping with. Because at the end of the day is you don't want to be a parent with somebody it's to me this how I look at being a parent, and you got to if you're not together you got to co-parent. It's called you doing life. We doing life. Okay, that's how I look at co-parenting, because it's a bitch sometimes. So you doing life. So if you're doing life with somebody, you need to be with somebody you can get along with, even if you're gonna have some rough patches. Because at the end of the day, the kids is gonna end up being grown, and you're gonna end up on parole. Okay, so I tell my son, you're doing life with somebody, so don't be picking somebody, some random chick, some random bitch. I said it, or some hoochie mama that you don't want to have no kid with, because then you're gonna be hating the baby mama, and that affects the children. So pick the woman that you with wisely, because you get caught. People get caught up every day. I don't want no baby. I wasn't planning to have no baby. She broke the condom. All that stupid shit going down. And then you're gonna end up in the courthouse with somebody too.
So how do you tell that this person is going to be that kind of person? Like, what kind of how do you see those signs? Because I believe that evil is evil. I believe that evil is evil, and just like goodness, it will manifest itself in different ways. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So what does it look like? Like, yeah, don't so you're telling him don't sleep with anybody he doesn't want to have a kid with. So you're telling, and if he's a young guy who doesn't want to have a kid, so basically, are you telling him to abstain?
No, I know he's gonna be out here doing whatever, but I'm gonna say, don't be with just random chicks. You know, he has a girlfriend he living with. Okay, and I like the girl. She's nice, got good home. I like her, but he know I had standards. I didn't want to meet no random chick you kicking it with. Like, you gonna bring somebody home to me and to meet. She gonna either be your girlfriend you living with or somebody you gonna marry. I don't want to meet your hoes, and I told him that I'm not interested in meeting them.
So
so I just met his girlfriend on Christmas. He just moved in with her about 2 months ago. I met her on Christmas. And this is the first girl I heard about the other girls, like when he was in high school, when he was in college. I heard about them, but this is the first girl he brought home to meet me.
So what would you do if that situation happened to your son and he was in Drake's situation?
I was like, you gotta be careful. You gotta be looking out. I mean, Drake did the right thing. I mean, he did the right thing. He was trying to expose it so he wouldn't have to have no babies. But she, with her nasty ass, goes in there and pick it out the toilet. That's just nasty. Ugh.
Ratchet.
To me, I'm mad that I would have told him flush that motherfucking condom. Making sure that shit is flushed down the toilet.
Yeah, I was big on the flush action.
Oh yeah, that's why I tell him. Flush it. Shit, fuck it. No, we put it in a trash can. Flush that shit.
Them shit's like the double back. Take it with you. Hey.
You know, at the end of the day, it's always funny because I have conversations with my girlfriend. We all got sons, and we all like, look, we're trying to protect our sons. We want our sons to be good men, but we aggressive. My crew, even we raising sons, we are all little aggressive women, and so we're trying to protect our sons, and we telling our sons how to watch out for women that we can see a mile long away, and we telling our sons like, yeah, flush that condom, don't do this and don't do that, and at a sense, we feel like we're in a situation is we're in a conflict.
So is it more?
Don't move on yet.
No, we still here. You want to push back on it? Go ahead.
I mean, because the question you were asking Andrea was based on what she was saying. Was are you saying that he should have to be like abstinent? And what my mother always told me, as opposed to just saying be abstinent, she said don't lay down with anybody you wouldn't be willing to marry. Just like she said wouldn't be willing to have children with. But she said my mother told me anybody you wouldn't be willing to marry. So not that
pretty much indirect abstinence though.
It's not though.
I mean, at that time, if she's telling you, if she knows she's telling her son to say he's a teenager and says, if you don't want to have a baby and marry this person, don't lay down with them. And some teenager and trying to have a baby or be married.
There's a difference though. She said, don't lay down with anyone you wouldn't be willing to marry, not are going to marry. See, the difference is you're saying the quality of person you allow yourself to be exposed to, even if something does happen where somebody gets accidentally pregnant, you're still in a good situation because this is somebody that you already worked out in your mind would fit what you got going on. So even if it didn't work out, this is still the kind of person. So you're not dealing with somebody who's gonna immediately put you on child support, run off with your kid, and do the Brittany Renner on you. You know what I mean? Now, if she could hold her face together that long and lie to you, you know, that's possible. But at least you would have been deceived as opposed to just being a fool.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that. I just believe now, you know, there was one point, I believe that this shit is changing. Part of my rant is I believe that a lot of this shit is changing. The stuff that we're putting out for our kids to combat, for them to fight, for them to get around, the world is modernizing. And I don't believe that we as parents are paying enough close attention. I believe that even with the advent of social media and the frenetic pace of the change that it went through, I think that the learning curve was so steep for some parents. It was like, oh, that's just the internet stuff. That's just their phone. Not knowing the amount of things you could do on that phone. Not knowing the amount of access. Not knowing the high definition resolutions of even the selfie cameras and all of that. You get me? Understanding all of that stuff. They didn't understand it. So the kids actually had a lot more access, and access that their parents had no clue about. If we don't figure it out or understand or move or learn, just like people that have public assistance or what have you, they have to recertify. If you have computer programming certifications, you got to recertify. You know, I believe it's the same thing. You got to inspect what you inspect when it comes to those kids, and you got to stay on the bubble and know what's going on.
But that's the reason my adult kids be telling me stay off the gram. Nah, I'm on the gram because I know some of them. I'm on the gram. I'm on TikTok. I'm on everything you own because I want to see what the hell y'all doing and what the hell y'all thinking is every girl on the Instagram ain't pretty. Because do you want to marry her? Because I be asking my son that. You want to marry her?
So it makes sense what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a new generation, man.
Yeah, it's a new generation, but at the same time, is you can still have some what do I call it? I'm gonna say some protocol, some respect. Like I tell my son, you want your woman on the gram showing everything that she got. My mama always said like this: leave something to the imagination. It ain't nothing wrong with that. Because the one man who looking at your woman and she's showing everything when you at the club, and then she's like, "Oh, she was on the ground. Oh, yeah, hell yeah." And if you thinking, yes, everything is modernized, everything is changing, but some things it is okay to be. I'm not saying we gotta be. I mean, I show my breasts. I'm not saying I'm on the Instagram, it's naked. No, I'm not that. But if my clothes fit right, yes, they do. In curves, yes, I do. Okay, but it ain't it, and I'm still leaving something to the imagination.
All right, Trey. All right.
You ain't never show your breasts on our show.
So hot there.
But
so
save
hot
it for the Patreon. Save it for the Patreon. We do open the Patreon.
I'm just saying. I'm telling you, if you gonna move in certain areas, then you ain't gonna tell me you, Vic, y'all don't want y'all woman. You going to a business meeting and you might have bring your wife with you, and she all and she's every half naked. No, you're not. You ain't gonna like that.
Yeah, that the thing is some of the half naked. Oh, well, Vic want to answer. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking the question. Are you saying that if a woman has scantily clad outfits on her social media, that she's not That's
She's
the
for the
telltale sign that
streets.
she's not the quality of woman that you need?
No, I'm just saying, do she the question is, I
Or
feel
that
like
should be
you ain't
married?
got to show everything. Come on, you ain't got to show everything. And do I want my son to marry a woman like that? Because that says, no, I don't. I'm his mother. No, I don't. And is she gonna be the mother of his kids? No, I don't.
What are some of the qualities in a woman that you would, an ideal woman, if you had to build a woman for your son, what would she have to have?
First of all, she gotta
Buildable.
be first of all, she gotta be a team player. She has to be a team player. She has to.
It's a loose definition. Uh-huh.
She gotta be a team player. And she gotta be down for my son.
Shut up, Wes. Hey, Wes count that shit. Okay, this Air Force right there. That was a little high for y'all.
Ooh. Hey, yo, should I score her? Let me score.
Nah, don't do it.
She gotta be a team player. I feel like, man, I'm 47, and the 22-year-old Andrea didn't know that, but the 47-one know that she gotta be a team player. And I don't want somebody that he's gonna be. I don't want somebody who's a hothead. I don't want a woman like that for him, because the way he's mild-tempered. I don't want a woman that's gonna make him, that gonna call out of his name, take his manhood. And women can get violent too. Women can get aggressive too. Women and I'm his mother. He have seen me be aggressive. So no, I don't want a woman who's gonna he had to be in a domestic violence situation. I don't want a woman like that for him. And I want a woman who's gonna love the shit out of him and be down for him. And I can spot that she's not.
Okay, so she got to be a writer.
No, not a writer that. I mean, a writer that is down for him. Not if he's doing bad, he's killing and he's shooting. No, none of that
A
stuff.
writer is a writer. Now you can't say
No,
that.
none of that.
Go where I
You
go.
ain't riding like that. No, you're not riding like that. No, I'm not a
If
rider.
we going to hell, who coming with me?
No,
Nah.
no, I don't want to ride like that.
What?
Like, no, I'm like, if he lose his job, that she got him until he get another one. That's the woman I want. If he's starting a business, can you ride with him to start to entrepreneur that business up? That's a woman I want.
Team
If
player.
if he's trying something new and it ain't the person that he used to, can you ride with him, or you gonna be the woman who's gonna be nagging at him saying, get a new job, do this, do that? I don't want a woman like that for him.
But remember, he's the one that chooses, right?
Yes, he's the woman that chooses. Yes,
he's the one that chooses. How
I'm just telling him some options. That's it.
Okay.
A team player is somebody who's supportive. Is there any other thing that has to be there? Just one more. That has to happen.
I don't want her to be a hothead. She had to be like, can she just be a mild-tempered woman? Not a hothead. It's gonna be. I don't want anybody that my son gotta be fighting with. Like, and I mean physically. I don't want that shit. No, I don't want ever have it. I don't want. He know he's supposed to hit women unless he's getting out of the situation to protect himself. So he know that. So I don't want a woman that he gonna end up she be a Karen and lying on his ass. No, I don't want that shit either.
Your son, he's a good kid, right?
Yes, he is a good kid.
Okay, he's a good kid. You feel like you raised him right?
Yes, yeah.
So, what if I told you you don't really have to worry now because you're raising a good kid? These new chicks out here don't want that.
Yes, they do.
Nah, they don't want no good kid.
They want a good kid. They want a good kid.
Oh, they want a good kid.
They want a good kid. They want somebody who's solid, who's stable.
All right. So I'm gonna let homegirl give you some pushback.
Okay.
Why do average people think dating average people are settling for less?
Wait, say that again? I'll take this last.
Yeah, that was kind of confusing.
Average people think dating average people is settling for less?
Because nobody wanna. I could say nobody wanna that work 9 to 5. Like
Whoa,
It's not giving that.
Whoa.
I don't
Let's bring that back. What you mean you don't want it? You don't want that
You
date?
understand that there's 9 to 5s like lawyers.
No,
and,
she don't get
that.
What kind of niggas you want? Like you don't want a 9 to 5. You
All
want a nigga.
right, I want a nigga that you're scammer and a nigga that work
Drug dealer
too, but not no 9 to 5. Not giving that.
What kind of work? Drug dealer?
Like no.
No drug dealers.
A nigga that scam, like he be just outside to get the bread and come back with the breach.
So you want that stealing other niggas' money? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm helping.
Like, damn, like, so why you can't help a drug dealer nigga then?
No, I'm not doing that.
They both going to jail for the same amount of time.
Like scamming is better. Like drug, not dealing with that.
So why you can't fuck with a 9 to 5?
Cut.
At least she has standards.
I don't want to work at Burger King.
Come to the mic. Come to the mic.
I don't want to get out work at fast food restaurants, Applebee's.
There's other jobs though.
Yeah, what if he doesn't? Not like I said, probably do it depending on what 9 to 5, but.
So what is it that's appealing about this scammer? That's what I want to.
Like, he dressed nice, got money, and we could go anywhere. Go to Roof Chris. But you could go anywhere. Capitol Grill. Do a 9 to 5. Oh, is he gonna be tight on the bread when I get paid in 2 weeks?
But some people get paid every week. No. But you know what? Some people know how to say.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say right now. Let's get
I'm speechless.
Yo, what you gonna say, Jew?
I'm just saying, like, you know, a man that earned his money, you know what I'm saying? Like,
he earned it
you
the
know
right
what I'm saying? Yeah, and you could get much further. Like once that dude get locked up,
exactly.
What is on to the next one?
You gonna stay with him?
I'm
hold him down.
I'm gonna take his money and then.
What money? The feds is taking that money.
Yeah,
when he go to
money's
jail.
gone.
Then he's a dog.
So what are you gonna do though?
I'm gonna continue myself. Be myself. Another scammer.
Wow.
But you just say you helping, so you going to jail too.
She ain't think this one through.
I didn't think this out. I didn't think this through.
Shout out to.
That's that bullshit for real. Oh, man, who raised her? I'm just asking the question. Who raised her?
Nobody.
Hey, I'll say I appreciate females like this because they make it easy for me to just go ahead and cut them off.
You know, it's examples in my family.
She would never say that to your face, Russ.
What?
She just keeps smiling at you, all lipstick and braces.
No. But the way they treat a dude that has a 95, when she find out what I do for a living, be like, oh, you work over here, and then she gonna start treating a nigga different.
What happened to the What happened to the man? Who
but you ain't breaking bread with her. Like, remember, you ain't breaking bread on them chicks like that anyway.
You
very much. Hey, thank you, appreciate it.
So who would be out first?
Hey.
Who would be out first? You or them?
Man, I ain't gonna it's all good. Appreciate you.
But what happened to the 9 to 5 man who was respectable? What happened to the man who worked the 9 to 5? What's wrong with that? I asked a chick one time, and she was 36 years old. I said, if you marry a garbage man, she said, fucking, I'll marry someone like that. I said, huh? You know, a garbage man got a 401k. He been on his job for 20 years. She said, no, I don't fuck with somebody like that. I said, I'll marry him every day.
Look.
What happened to the man who could be a garbage man, a plumber, a carpenter, them respectable jobs? What happened?
They said the working man is a sucker, is what they said.
They want somebody who's willing to throw it all away in 60 seconds.
And if you date a drug dealer, what's he gonna end up in? He gonna end up in the pen, and the feds is gonna bust in your house.
She's a teenage girl, just like the teenage boys don't understand what it is to really take a life and what a value of a life is before they take it. She don't understand what the value of her life is when she's putting it in somebody else's hands.
Well, who taught her that?
That little girl, it's not nobody. No, everybody. Listen. If you observe something or you absorbed something by osmosis, by environment, that's different than being taught it. And the fact of the matter is, if you can see it in her eyes, it wasn't well thought out. That young girl has a very specific man in mind that she's talking about, who just happens to be a scammer. That ain't her type. That dude in particular is her type. And the lifestyle that he has in the past, if he's an old boyfriend that she's still thinking about or one that she want, either way, he's taught her that lifestyle. We always say men can't go back sexually. The other half of that is women can't go back in lifestyle. You don't want to be quiet while you fucking no more. After you done fucked in an apartment, it's not your mama house.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Who want to do that? You know what I mean? So it's just what she's addicted to is the lifestyle. And trust me, if there was another man who could provide her the same lifestyle as a scammer could and had the same swag as somebody who lived on the edge like that, she'd go for him just as well.
I couldn't tell if that thing was baby hair or a sideburn, yo. It was just she was throwing me off.
That's Jill.
That's
that blue magic.
No, they got that thing called Gorilla Snot. I heard it's called Gorilla Snot. It's a real product. They call it Gorilla Snot. Literally. Ladies, if y'all know what Gorilla Snot is, put it in the chat. Let me know you know what that is. It's a real product. But anyway.
That was cringy as hell, though.
Old girl shit stuck to her head.
No, she used actual real
Gorilla glue.
That was Gorilla Glue. But the product that was Gorilla Snot.
She ran out of Gorilla Snot and figured Gorilla Glue would be the same thing and learned a lesson quickly.
That y'all ain't want to be called monkeys. Stop putting that shit in your head. Hey. Hey. My bad. Too far?
Yo, man. Let's talk about these girls, man. What the hell is going on, yo? What's going on? That's what's waiting. That's what's waiting. I don't know the young lady. I don't know the young lady. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just making an assumption that, you know, she doesn't have a degree or marketable skills. I'm just making maybe my own logical assumption based on what she was saying. Is it right? No, it's not right. But I'm being human tonight. Look at when you look at her and you hear the stuff she's talking about and the level of boldness she's talking about it with, and she didn't even think it through. But she was literally dissing regular dudes, regular Joe Schmoes. 9 to 5. Not even, you heard when he said lawyer, a doctor? Did you see her face? It was like,
She don't want no square, and she damn sure don't want no broken. And if you are any combination of the two, you disqualified.
But
they want it easy. This generation want it easy. They want everything easy. They want everybody to win, even when you lose. And they want it now, and they don't want to be told no, and they don't want to have to work for it. You know what I mean?
But what happened to longevity? What happened to the marathon? You can't win the marathon. You gotta, it's longevity.
Hold on, what?
It's long, like it's like a marathon. It's longevity. It's longevity. These kids don't understand some things is longevity. It ain't gonna come right now. Fast money.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
Delaying. You talking about delayed gratification?
Yes.
Delayed gratification.
Can anybody tell the 22-year-old Andrea that?
Can anybody? No. Yes, you could, because I watched my father. I watched my mama have longevity. I watched my father build himself from working in a mill to changing his profession to raising 7 kids on the profession that he making good money for.
Remember you talked about longevity with us?
So I'm just saying.
You remember you talked about longevity with us?
Yes. So I'm just saying these kids think fast money is gonna get you 3 ways somewhere. The pen of grave house and some of that stuff that just I have too much what is the word? I had a brother who did 20 years in prison over fast money. And my father was telling his kids that shit is not always worth it. So maybe I'll just learn from the background that I come from is you gotta work. My dad used to say this to all of us: if you don't work, you don't eat. Period.
You don't grind, you don't shine.
Yeah.
But I mean, first of all, that grind mentality is something that is generally instilled in men.
Well,
go get it. That hard nose, go get it shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the majority of women being told to go get it, go get it, go get the bag, go get the bag. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are on that now as a wave, but that's not what's being beat into them at the house.
Okay, well, I think my situation is different. My mother had diabetes, so she always said, "One day I'm not gonna be around." But because I had a learning disability, she was like, "I want you to get out here and get it." And I had a job at 16 years old, so she was instilling me that I might not be around. I might not be around. I want you to get out here and get it, baby. And that's why I had a drive in me. I had a couple jobs. And then I had sisters and brothers behind me that if something happened to my mother, I was gonna have to help take care of them.
Andrea,
here's what real quick.
Go ahead,
here's why I don't like the age thing, right?
Yeah.
Because people are selective about what they want to put their time in. There are 14-year-old kids right now that are dedicating themselves to making it to the NFL. There are college kids right now that are putting the time in and dedicating themselves to making it to the NFL. That's a delayed gratification. You got kids that's in Pop Warner or AAU and stuff like that, and they are making the decisions to make it into the pros. But those same kids, they probably aren't putting the time they need in to get their GPA up so they can get the right SAT score so they can get into a good college. See what I'm saying? Like there's a selective choice that a lot of these kids are putting in terms of what they actually want to put their time and energy into. Because there's some things that like all right, I can make it to the pros, so I might not be able to go to parties for the next 4 years, but once I get into the pros, I'm gonna make millions of dollars. But that same kid isn't willing to put the time in to do his homework so that way he can get a better grade in his English class this semester. That's the one reason why I don't like age being a thing. Because you asked her if you know the 22-year-old Andrea. That's just my one pushback against the age shit. Because people are very selective about that.
But I was going to college and I was working full time and going to college at nighttime. So I was working and going to school. See, it depends on what you want. It depends on what you want. It depends on who teaching you too. Who's saying what you need. What I thought I needed. I got married at 22. Now was I ready for that? I had kids. But I was going to college and working full time.
So
my brothers, my daddy didn't have my brothers. They didn't go to college. My dad taught them a trade.
What?
Okay, what's on Fox?
I'm sorry.
Like weekend at Bernie's got there.
No. I'm sorry. It's still part of the conversation, but I'm designing some shit right now, and I thought I thought the program shut down on me.
Yeah, that's that. I know that face. Like, oh.
I thought the program shut down on me. I was about to be so upset. I've been doing this since yesterday. That was about to be like 7 hours worth of work just going. All right. I'm sorry.
So it's almost in what the grind is gonna be. Okay.
Andrea, let me ask you something.
Sure.
There's a 16-year-old girl.
Yes.
She gotta work.
Mm-hmm.
So she got work ethic. Because some mama say, hey girl, you like lights in this motherfucker, don't you? Well, you old enough, you gonna need to help keep them on.
Mm-hmm.
So she work at the little rallies down the street. Checkers, whatever. It's some kind of fast food spot. Right?
Yeah.
Now, she got her hair down, but she got to put the hair net on. She got to put on these greasy ass uniform because they won't give her but 2 shirts, 1 pair of pants. She ain't got the money to go. So now she's smelling like grease, feeling like yuck. Her homegirls just pulled up in the window. They try not to laugh at her, but she feeling lame as hell.
Mm-hmm.
They in the car with older men.
Mm-hmm.
She waiting for her lotto ticket to come through the drive-through.
Mm-hmm.
what would keep that young woman from desiring for someone to come rescue her from that situation? To lean to want to lean on her own abilities and her own efforts as opposed to being rescued and having her life be instantly made easy. What is the driving factors in that are in a person? Because you said that you were start working early, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what kind of lessons were instilled in you that would keep you from pursuing that if you could.
Well, the driving factor is I wanted to make my mother and father proud. It was like I wanted to make them proud, and the driving factor is I'm like, man, soon as I hit them 20s, I'm be up out of this house with them too. So and plus I wanted things that my mother wasn't gonna pay for. And so the driving factor kept me working is I wanted to be able to buy me and my sisters and brother things that we wanted that my mother wasn't gonna pay for. Because when I went to summer school, so my senior year I only had 3 classes. So the driving factor for me and my and at 16, when I asked my mother, can I have a job? And she only let one of us go to work because I had a twin sister too. And she said, look, I'm gonna let one of y'all go to work, and then the other one's gonna stay around here and help me keep this house clean. And I said, I'll go to work. But I got y'all. When I got paid, we was going to get the things we wanted.
See, it's like this, right? See, here's where I'm having the issue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that her idea is that her eye is on a scammer and she's indiscriminate about what that man had to do to get that money, but she also still wanted a man living dangerously. That's why I say it's got to be a specific man she has in mind, because she said that she wouldn't want to date a drug dealer, which would be in the same line of work, if you would, as far as on the other side of the tracks.
I guess this is how I look at it, and this is how something my mother said to me, because my mother had a baby young, my sister, my older sister, and what she said was, some of that shit that you see right now is only temporary. My mother and dad had these conversations with my sisters and brothers when I had to go to work with them too. And she was like, some of the stuff you see that your friends are doing is only temporary. But what happens about longevity? Like my mom was like, what happened? Look what happened to your uncle. He ended up in jail for selling drugs. So I think in sense my parents was teaching his kids, like some things it can happen to you, and then some things if you do, you cross that line, you're gonna end up in the prison. And so I think sometimes you got to give your kids the hard lesson is, you go down this road like here, you might end up spending the rest of your life in jail. You go down this road right here, you might have some bumps along the way, but can you maintain yourself?
So one thing I noticed is that you talked about how strong your parenting was.
Yeah.
It was about how strong you were as a parent.
Mm-hmm.
That's a reason why you won't let your kids stay at somebody else's house, because you know you can't trust everybody's parenting.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the thing is, who's to say that the other people that exist out there have the same kind of parenting as you? They weren't exposed to the same kind of nature and nurture that you were.
Yeah, yes.
Because right now, there's a whole generation of those young ladies that you saw. There's a whole generation of them, and some of them bow to the altar of Cardi and, and Megan and them. But they exist now, in the Hot Girl Summer clique. They exist. How do you really combat it? how do you really combat it? Because, on Sunday nights we talk about our sons. How do we combat this shit? Because remember,
like I said, I find myself in conflict with it, because I try to listen to some of their music, and I'm like, that's a bunch of noise to me. It gets on my nerves. But at the same time, I want to know what they're listening to, and I try to have the conversations when I see them, when I talk to them, and I try to say, I try to say things that maybe I might be a little old school, but some things that I just think women should do, and it's hard, because how you as a mother, how you want to protect your son, as a mother of a daughter want to protect your daughter. This shit is a lot. It's a lot going on.
Andrea, answer Colette's question at the bottom. You see it on the screen?
What was her question? First of all, women always want to rescue. So then we have more selective movies around ourselves.
Is that true for most?
You know what? No, no, I don't think so. Sometimes it's the mentality of people that you're hanging out with.
Do you see it as weak to want to be rescued?
No, I don't see it as weak, but I'm like, I don't see it as weak. And maybe the 47-year-old Andrea is a little more stronger than what 22-year-old was. I don't want to be rescued.
Some say don't save her if she don't want to be saved. I'm sorry, I had to. I apologize.
If you want to rescue, it's inadequate in you somewhere. That's how I feel.
So do you believe in the pairing, as far as to that is better that man not be alone, that he be paired with a woman, and that the family unit is the best idea? Do you agree with that concept?
The 22-year-old Andrea believed in that concept cold-heartedly, but the 47-year-old is a little new school.
So you're less traditional now than you were previously.
Yes, I was.
So they call that what, progressive?
Yes.
What? You see I'm not making that distinction. She's making this distinction between her attitude in a 20-year time frame, how much different she is in her approach to life, more so than everybody's measured against themselves.
Yes.
Now, I won't discount the fact that, in your 20s you don't know what you don't know, right? This is just some experiences you just haven't had in your life. However, what I will say is many of us, I can't say all, but many of us in our 20s have done stuff that we know wasn't the right decision, but we went with it anyway because we were looking for an instant gratification. Whether you, even if you didn't know what the right decision was, you made a decision based on instant gratification.
But the thing is, part of gaining age and part of gaining wisdom, one of the things that you actually gain within that wisdom and age is patience. To the patience and the self-control to be able to quell some of those feelings and to quell the impulses that you have, right? So yes, you have common sense. You have common sense even before you hit the 20s. The thing is, you don't have control. You're more controlled as you got older because you've had that wisdom. You had that OJT, that on the job training, and you're more knowledgeable about yourself and how you work, so that you can keep certain things about yourself under wraps. You feel me?
I believe that.
What you think, Honey West?
I understand what you're saying. I hear you. Like I said, when you're in your 20s, before your 20s, you don't know what you don't know. There are experiences that you have not had in your life. So you can only think but so far. But at the same time, it's just like when are we going to change the expectation so we can start breaking out of that? I don't want my daughter to get into her 30s and when she finally like, you know what, Dad, you was right. I should have been listening to you this whole time. Come on, like why should I expect for you to wait until you get into your 30s to now start making decisions for your future instead of right now?
But at the same time, you don't know yourself. Like I got married at 22. I got divorced at 28. And in my 30s, I was raising kids, and I feel like they was raising me too.
Okay, so when you got married, you said you had, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, but you had children before you got married, correct?
No, I got married and then
you did.
had babies.
Okay. I was wrong. And no. I was trying to make sure that's why I asked before I asked the next question.
Mm-hmm.
So when you got married,
yes,
what was the deciding factor into like, all right, it's time to like this is it. We're gonna get married now. Like, was it because you were trying to make your life easier? Because was he actually the guy? Like, what was the decision into getting married in your 20s?
I got married in my 20s because my parents had a rule: the girls couldn't move out the house until they got married.
And you made a decision for instant gratification.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. In our 20s, we make a lot of instant gratification decisions.
Yes, but I want at the same time as my parents was a little controlling. I wanted to be grown, and they was like, "You got to get married." So if my parents wasn't so damn controlling, I love them to death. But if they weren't controlling, I probably wouldn't have got married so early. We would probably stay engaged probably 2 years. But my parents was like,
didn't you say the rule was that you couldn't move out of your house until you was married?
Yes.
You see how that's set up? I got a question for Watts. Real quick. It's not a trick question. You have a choice. I'm not going to say if you have a choice. You have a choice to raise your daughter with a mind state more similar to the way Andrea was brought up, about wanting to strive to be able to take care of yourself and to save yourself, or would you want her to fashion herself so that a man of your approval or type of approval would save her from her condition or the world, or come take her off of your hands? Which one would you prefer?
The way that I teach my daughter, everything is about her being her best self. I need her to understand who she is so she can make decisions for herself. I don't want her going to the college that she chooses because she feels like I pressured her. I don't want her picking a man because she feels like this type of dude is what would make my daddy happy. I don't want her getting married because she feels like this is what's going to get me out of the house. I need her to make decisions for herself. What decisions do you feel like would make your future best for yourself? Now, if that involves you getting married and having a family and all of that, all right. Now, if that's what you want to do in your future, let me help you go down this journey to make the right decisions to set you up for that.
Do you have desires for your daughter? Like, do you actually have desires for your daughter where, as a parent, you know your daughter better than she knows herself, right? You've been around there. You were the first thing, you knew her before she knew you. Okay.
And
so what if you know that there's something you really want for her?
To answer your question, I had to get rid of that. I had to get rid of all of that.
When you say what do you mean by get rid of? What if what you have is the right thing?
No, this is what I'm saying. When my daughter, when she was probably like 3, 4 years old, I used to have this thing to where my daughter, she about to be my 2 guard. She about to get in the WNBA. This is about to be my 2 guard right here. We about to work on her dribbles and her jump shot. My daughter about to have a mean deep 3 jump shot. You know what I'm saying? That's the vision I had for my daughter. But as she started getting older and I started understanding her personality, she really don't want nothing to do with basketball. She really only picks up a basketball if she's at a basketball court with me. That's really the only time she wants to play basketball is when she's out at a basketball court with me. That's not a life that she wants to live.
No, I'm talking about like something that you know is right and correct, like on some straight parenting. You get what I'm saying? Like
what? Give me an example.
Okay.
Because if basketball is not one, then give me an example of what would be.
Basketball is a sport. It's an extracurricular activity. When I say something that's good, perfect example. Your daughter tells you, I'm about to give you one.
Okay.
Do you believe your daughter should go to high school?
Do I believe she should go to high school?
Do you believe your daughter should go to high school? Yes or no?
I do believe that, yes.
So what if she told you at the middle school, I don't want to do that high school shit. I want to go get a GED. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Bro.
Now the conversation is, why don't you want to go to high school? And what do you think your options are with the GED?
So, because my initial question to you was about you wanting, if you ever want, there's things that you really want important for your daughter. And then you said that I got out of that a while back. So I was trying to understand how you get out of wanting, desiring a certain positive outcome. Like, even though if they don't want to do it, you can still want it, right?
Now, if high school, a great example. If she comes to me and she tells me she doesn't want to go to high school and we have that conversation and she gives me a legitimate reason as to why she doesn't want to go. Hey, Dad, like the kids at this school, they've been picking on me the last 4 years of my life. I don't feel like I'm really receiving any kind of education because the teachers move too slow, all of these different kinds of things. All right, cool. Now I know how we need to work around this. The two options are we put you in another school or we homeschool you. You're not going to just not get a high school diploma because you're tired of getting picked on.
So then you are saying what we're saying about it's because she said that I don't want to go to. If she told you I don't want to go to high school, what you said basically is that you're going to ask her questions where it almost gives her the impression that there's some choice. You're taking her thoughts. I do that for work. You get what I'm saying? There's an employee, I want to do some dumb shit, right? And I know it's dumb shit. But part of this whole thing we got to do, be like, hey, John, your thoughts are really important. Your thoughts are valid. And I totally understand you liking to, pee into the water fountain. You get what I'm saying? And it's pretty artistic, but the thing is, it doesn't work. It's a safety hazard, Johnny. You get what I'm saying? Like, but I'm making Johnny feel like what's important, but I'm still going to lay the hammer down and still make sure he knows your ass is going to not do that. Or my daughter, she would know you going to school. You feel what I'm saying? So are you just giving her the impression that she has that choice and consideration? Because in the end, it started with her saying, I don't want to go to high school. And then in the end,
why don't you want to go? The why is important, though. The why is important, though. If she comes to me and she tells me, if there's anything she comes to me and tells me that she doesn't want to do, I have to ask the questions because the why is important. If I tell her that I'm going to drop her off at her uncle's house and she tell me, no, Dad, I don't want to go over there. Why? Why is it that you don't want to go to your uncle's house?
But are you still going to drop her off?
Again, the why is important. I need to have the conversation to understand why. Now, if we have the conversation and she telling me something that's going on over there that is really detrimental to her health, then no, she's not going over there. But if you telling me you don't want to go over there because your uncle makes you read books instead of watching YouTube all day, you'll be okay. The why is important.
So, okay, because I was talking about the end part. You talking about how we get the middle part where you taking, because in the end, it's if you feel a certain way about something you want for the kid and them telling you no, right? That's just the telling, but it's something you want for your kid. But what I'm saying is that in terms of your description, you're still going to do what the fuck you want, but you just let them tell you why they want it.
Because again, the why is important because are we making decisions for your future or are you making decisions for your instant gratification?
Because that's what she got me to it. That's because what that's called is you're giving the illusion of choice.
I mean,
because I'm trying to figure out if you're going to let your daughter do what she want to do, pretty much. But you're telling me the questions you would ask her. I'm asking if you would allow her to make her own choice. regardless of the question, I'm talking about the result. You're talking about the method. You feel me?
Yeah, she can make her own choices. But as her father, I have to make sure that I'm leading her in the path so that way her future is better than instant gratification.
Okay, can you stop for just a second? Because I'm missing something. When you was explaining that you would ask her, and if she said she was being bullied for the last 4 years, and it would just be more detrimental for her to go on that way, and she wanted to get her GED. What was your answer that you would tell her?
Depending on what the why was, at that point, the two choices are to either transfer schools or to homeschool, depending upon what her answer was. Now,
So
if
you would
she came to
adjust
me,
you would
if
adjust
she
her options, but not necessarily allow her to quit on her future, but you would try to accommodate for whatever the problem is.
But if and based on some of the things that I teach her now, if she comes to me and says, "Dad, look, I feel like I learned everything I need to in school. I already have this business that's earning me X number of dollars." You know what I'm saying? Like if she is able to express to me that she really don't need the high school diploma and she can literally take care of herself, then I would actually consider it. But if your reasoning is the answer to the why question is I don't want to get picked on, that's different. You're looking for instant gratification. You're trying to be happy right now rather than having to go through the stress of dealing with people.
Dominic, I was about to tell him to get a room. For real. Yeah, I hear you guys. I put it like this. These kids gonna do what they want. But at the end of the day, if you set them close enough to the path that you want them to go, they'll find their way to it. As long as you teach them how to ride the bike, they'll figure out which roads they need to travel on. You just have to have them skilled enough to avoid the obstacles in the roads that they may take to get there before they get on that smooth path, you know? Because some of that shit you're going to eat and they're going to do the opposite of what you say, no matter how well you explain the consequences. when your little girl take that motherfucking tube top in a book bag so she can hang out with her homegirls and look like them, you know what I'm saying? That you can't fade that all the time. They very slick. My nephew, I got to give him credit. There's a program. I'm gonna put y'all little youngins on blast. There's a program called and all you dirty you dirty dogs out there. Y'all know about it too. There's a program called Calculator Plus, and basically it's a storage dump. It's a secret vault, information vault of sorts, and it disguises itself as the calculator program. Very similar icon to the calculator program that comes on most cell phones. If you pull it up, it looks like a calculator. But if you type in the right combination, it's going to unlock private files. Well, my nephew had this program on his phone. My brother so happened to be more of a tech guy. His bad. So he was aware of this program, and he proceeded to interrogate said nephew about the contents of said. So basically, he pretended he didn't know what it was. And then once it was revealed that his father actually knew what the program was and what it was used for, he demanded the password, and he persisted that he had no idea what he was talking about. So he sacrificed the whole iPhone forever so that whatever was in that phone will always be in that phone. But ain't nobody else gonna ever get a chance to see that. And he was willing to take whatever punishment came with it. And I'm saying that.
How old is he?
He was 15 or 16 at the time.
How old is he now?
He's 19. He'll be 20 on the 13th.
holla at him at 21. He might, that might be the grand opening, son.
Listen,
I'll let you, bro, yo.
But I'm saying, put it like this: what people like to do is say, at 18, you got to get out of my house. You're gonna go to school or you're gonna get a job, but you're gonna get out of here and you're gonna do something. That's in our community. I had an East Indian man tell me, I was working overnight with him, and it was just me and him making donuts of all things. He said, "Man, you know what? I like you, man." He said, "I'm gonna tell you something." He said, "I'm very curious why your people don't believe in life insurance." He said, "I talk to so many people and I try to put them on this information, but they're not interested in life insurance. What is that about?" So after we had the life insurance conversation, he proceeded to inform me that his children, who were very much so adults, still lived with him because they were paying for their house, even though his son and his daughter-in-law were married, still living with him, so that when they went into their house, it would be paid for. They're going to get over $1 million when he died, guaranteed. They don't got to wait and worry about nobody coming to save them. They good now. And what happens is, I tell you, my dad wasn't really there like that. He kind of peeked in and peeked out. But the time that I needed him the most was after 18. I'm good. My mama got that little bit in there. Hell, uncles and brothers can handle that little bit in there. Schooling them a little bit about girls and wet dreams. You know what I'm saying? Tell them to strap up. Anybody can tell a kid that. But when you actually going outside in the world without your parents' supervision, and now all of the decisions are on you, you have to set your own limits. You have to figure out what's too much. You got to figure out when to go to bed, who to hang out with, what parties and areas not to go with, what friends not to make. All of these things are now completely your decision, whether you know better or not. You know what you were told. You don't actually know. You ain't never been too drunk. You ain't never been taken advantage of yet. Your parents protected you from these things. There's a difference between the experience. And some people are the bump your own head type, which is why your parents should be more involved after you graduate than less involved.
No, I'm sorry. I'll push back on that. I push. I love my parents, don't get me wrong, but I was ready to get the hell out of their damn house. I wanted to be grown. I wanted to do my own thing. I wanted to dress because my dad was controlling. Like, I liked that blonde weeds, and he didn't like it. And I'm like, I want to be grown. I wanted to be grown, as in the sense of doing my own thing, dressing the way I want to dress, have the friends that I wanted to friends be. They was controlling. So no, I'm the child who's asking them questions that my mama didn't like, because I was asking why. I wanted a tattoo at 18. She was like, hell no, you ain't get one. And I just got my tattoos at 40. Because my mother was like, you should not, it's not appropriate for a woman. She was giving me all that stupid shit. And made me feel guilty because I wanted it.
And I think, and I feel where you were coming from, but in terms of what Vic is talking about, Andrea, I think it's the culture. It's a cultural aspect that goes with it, right? Because my parents come from Haiti, and pretty much until you finish school, you don't have to leave your parents' crib, and they don't force you to leave. You know, my little sister, she ended up going to college. She came back. She went to nursing school, you know, and then she went to do stuff to become a nurse practitioner, right? Her fiance, his crib, he lived up by White Plains. My mom and us, we lived in Brooklyn. So there was points where he was actually taking courses to go into medicine as well. He was taking courses in Brooklyn, and she was taking courses up in the Bronx, which was closer to where he lived. So there was one point where on certain nights of the week, he was sleeping at my mom's crib while they're engaged. He was sleeping at my mom's crib in her room, and she was sleeping in his room at her parents' crib. You get what I'm saying? Because they were building something together. Now, nurse practitioner, he's a high-level trauma nurse, you know, $2 million house. Everything is perfect. Sometimes it's those sacrifices that we take, you know, but it's two-way. It's reciprocal sacrifices. It's the sacrifices that the parents take to make sure that not just their kids, but the grandkids that are coming on are going to be in a better position. And it's also for the legacy, you know, not putting that extra pressure. A lot of families do that. And then I'm going to be real with you. Those family units flourish too, you know. I never lived in a house, in an actual house with all of my family members there. But my grandmother owned the apartment building we lived in, right? So, you know, my unmarried aunts, the younger ones, you know, they had a 3-bedroom apartment. 2 of them, you know, shared one room. The 2 older ones had their own room. My married uncle, he had a whole apartment with his family. Other married uncle, my married aunt, you know what I mean? My mom and dad were married. We had our apartment. So that was the closest that I had to everybody in the house. But I know people have had everybody in the house. And it's a beautiful thing, and it actually works out. It brings a certain closeness to the family, a generational closeness. You get what I'm saying? And imagine they tell you, yo, just stay here. Get your house. That means when you leave and venture out into that world, excuse me, you venture out into that world, it's less struggle, and you don't have to owe as much as you would have and have to deal with as much debt. You know?
I agree with you, and it would be a luxury. But if my parents wasn't controlling as in an aspect of me being a free spirit, wanting to do my own thing, I might have wouldn't want to stay at home with them. But I had to get away from them because they were too damn controlling for me. And sometimes I wasn't that way with my adult children because they stayed home. They just moved out six months ago. Okay, so they both just moved out six months ago. But as me and my siblings, and then plus we have lived at home, and it was 9 people living in the house. So like pretty much when everybody was ready to do their own thing, away from each other.
All right. So
I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, and I agree. That could be if the cohesion could work together. If my parents wasn't controlling and feeling like, and my dad had a thing like you had to be at home at a certain time too. You don't let anybody come in the house after 1 o'clock. Like they was like really strict on in every situation. But the boys, they was more lenient. And I felt like my daddy catered to some of my brothers and their wildness, and they was trying to keep the girls from not like in a sense of keeping me. I didn't learn how to drive until I was 22, and I didn't like that. My brother got his I like at 16. I was like, this is that bullshit.
So they treated you differently.
Yes, we had to be in the house cooking, cleaning. The boys didn't do shit. And then only thing they do was empty the garbage and mow the lawn.
Let's take a look at something because y'all ain't ready to get too pissed off right now. But I think I need y'all to get pissed off right now. All right, right now we got 27 likes. If you haven't liked on the way in, please like. Please hit subscribe. Let's make this thing happen here. All right. Because I'm about to ask Andre a question. We talk about birds and bees and all of that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
How deep does your conversation go in terms of the birds and the bees talk?
Hold on, miss. Hold on 1 minute.
Turn it off.
Okay, you mean the birds and bees with my parents?
Like, no, with your children. With the children.
Oh, well, I'll keep it 100. We have conversations. I have conversations with my kids about the birds and the bees.
So you tell them about it?
Yeah, more so than I wanted them to be more educated than I was. My mother was just saying, "Don't do it. Don't have no kids out of wedlock." She was just saying she was saying stuff, but she wasn't breaking it down in a way that she should have. And so I wanted to do a better job as a mother and give my kids the information.
How much information?
Well, we start talking about condoms, HIV at 6 and 7 years old.
How about positions?
No, we didn't talk about that. No, we didn't do that.
Would you teach your son how to caress a woman? Like, tell him what positions to start with and stuff like that?
I didn't do that until he was maybe about. No, his dad had that conversation because I was like, "You a man, you gotta." I didn't really talk to him about that. We talked about other things.
Chef, what does this rabbit hole look like?
Chill. I'm saying, like,
eat the mic, nigga.
Okay, but it's going.
So, I'm saying, like, do you consider your son awkward or smooth? He got swag?
He got swag.
Okay. So, I know, so you had some conversations with the kids or conversations with him. Tell me, if this would be you.
What did your mom tell you about sex when you were young?
We follow each other on Instagram.
From my mother.
I love her so
Wait, what did your mom tell you about sex when you were young?
She told me everything about sex.
Like what?
My first condoms, shit like that. My mom taught me how to kiss she told me how to tongue kiss when I was younger.
Like what's the instructions?
It wasn't no instructions. She showed me with her.
So he mad.
She kissed you?
It's my mother.
No, I'm just
I love
my parents barely kissed me on the cheek.
No, my mom
I just stopped kissing my son on the mouth.
She showed me how to tongue kiss when I was younger. Remember, my mom was 17. She's a baby. Look at all the babies that's having babies now. Their babies. It's like they have a little sister or a little brother more than they had.
Did you think tongue kissing was nasty at first? Because the first time somebody tried to tongue kiss me, I thought it was so disgusting.
I fucking knew it. I knew you was going down this. I knew it.
I know. That's why I kept making noise so you ain't say the shit.
No.
Jimmy's my baby.
That's my Jimmy. Pum cash. Pum cash. It smelled like punani and cash. Pum cash.
No.
Pum cash. What was it? Pum cash.
Said no. She was only like 17, and I was like 7.
What he was saying was she was busted. Right. What he was saying is he was born when she was 17. Because it happened when he was 11, so that means he was 20. She was 28. 28. Tongue kissing her 11-year-old son.
You put it out there, cuz I can't even defend you on this one, homie. Normally I'd be like, come on.
To me, I don't know. To me, that's a little. I think that's a little.
He didn't feel it was anything wrong. That's why he just told it so freely.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. I mean,
Natalie, what's up, Natalie? Natalie, she said she was 28. That's wrong.
But
that was her son. That's wrong.
I can't give a damn how old he is. Right. Would you tongue kiss your son at any time?
No.
Ever?
That's hell to the damn no.
Tongue kiss?
Peace to Tristan Draper and Natalie in the building. Man. Come on, son.
So what if they both grown? Is that different?
That's still inappropriate. It's inappropriate. It's a lie. It's a lie.
That shit is not all right.
It's a lie. it's a line you should not cross. I'm just being honest as a parent, and this is too much.
Chef, do you got the other clip? Say yes or no.
I don't even know. I don't know.
It's a part 2 because he came back and was like, y'all know
that one.
It's a jokey clip.
He said, I'm just, I was just joking.
I believe she did it.
You talking about that? That wasn't for this. It's too late. You ain't, and no backsies on this.
Yeah, I believe she did it.
What you mean?
I called no backsies on that. What I'm saying is that.
Oh yeah, you said you can't take it back. Yo.
Listen,
but look, then my Dukes came right behind them and was like, "See, I ain't really tongue kid." So it did happen. I'm like, y'all need to get your lives straight. This is a bad look for the whole fam. This is not a good.
I mean, son.
It's some things. My mom used to say this. Maybe I told my kids this the same thing too.
House business.
Everything that goes on in this damn house, stay in this damn house.
But he didn't know. He didn't know that it was a problem. That wasn't normal.
Okay.
He's older than me for sure. So he's 40 plus, and he still to this day didn't recognize that there was something wrong with that, to the point that he would tell it on a nationally televised podcast. Angela Yee of all people.
Yeah, and something is wrong with that. If you didn't know in your 40s that was wrong, what your mama did, there's something wrong with that. What's your mentality?
What if he showed his daughter your mom's henny tongue?
That's the worst. I don't want to even think about that.
He don't have a daughter. He has a son.
That's the worst.
That's a little too much.
So Natalie said he sounds like he thought it was okay until he was amongst mixed company. That was sad. Let's talk about that, because let's talk about it from the perspective of him being a son.
Yes.
Forget all the other stuff. Forget balling, Landry, all of that. The young boy, little Jimmy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that, because Over the Top WME says she showed him everything. I can't even imagine.
And that's the point I wanted to say. Well, to me, his mother showed to me, as when I see his mother on reality TV, it looked like she showed Jimmy a lot of stuff that it was inappropriate. As a mother, I would not do. Okay. As a mother, I think some things as a mother. Okay, this one time my son was like maybe 11, and we used to sit in the bed and watch, because we had a big screen in my room, a big TV. I have a big TV in my room back in the day because I watched a lot of sports, and I like to be in my room. And one day his dad came over to pick him up, and he was just laying in bed. We watched the TV. His dad was like, "Dude, he too damn big to be laying in bed with you. It's a little inappropriate." And I was like, "But he's my son." And his dad's like, "I don't give a damn. He's too damn big to be laying in bed. He too damn big. This nigga 6 something. He too big to be laying in bed with you." And it was like, I was like, "But he's my son." And I was like, I said, "Come on now, you know we ain't doing that." But he was like, it looks inappropriate.
If he can flip the mattress, he's too big.
If he could get onto the mattress without jumping and using 2 hands, he's too big for that.
Yeah, his dad was like, "He too big. It's inappropriate." And I was like, "You think so?" He was like, "Hell yeah, it's inappropriate."
Wait. I got one for you. Breastfeeding at ridiculous ages.
Inappropriate.
I stopped breastfeeding at 17. I stopped. You know what I mean? What?
Okay, shit.
When did y'all start?
At a year.
Wait, get your mans, B.
I could hear my mom saying, "Shut up." Haitian accent. Stupid.
Well, I seen women who are breastfeeding at 4 and 5 years old. That's too much.
So, Chef was abused. Oh snap! So that's funny. There's there's studies that say because the women's breasts still produce the breast milk and colostrum and all of that stuff. There's people that breastfeed 3-year-old kids, 4-year-old kids, 5-year-old kids. Big ass 5-year-old kid on the titty. It's weird.
True.
But in many places, the kids breastfeed longer than we do here within our capitalistic society.
True.
Why do you think, watch this, in other countries, they breastfeed longer than we do here? In other countries, in certain third world nations, they pretty much kind of have no choice because it's going to be an extra mouth on this food, on this scarce food we got, or we going to put him on the titty. You know what I mean? Where that food,
that Infamil like $20 a can almost.
Right, but we talking about, I said third world nations.
Yeah, third world nations.
You get what I'm saying? They might try and milk some goat milk to give to little Johnny. In the third world nation, there ain't no labels, ain't no wick. So some people do it for a long period of time, and we wouldn't necessarily consider it weird,
Weird.
And the kid wouldn't consider it weird. It's natural to them, It's natural. It's like whatever a kid sees, they believe that's what life is about. If the world considers their mom ugly, they consider their mom beautiful. When the world may think that a mother has a funny looking child, right?
Mm-hmm.
The mother would think that their child is beautiful, right?
True. That's true.
Or is it?
Larry wrong for this. He wrong. My biggest fear was having an ugly baby. Now look what the fuck I got. Look at him. He is so funny looking. He got all this hair though. My little girl, she bald head. But his funny looking self, he got all the hair. I ain't want to have no ugly baby. I just knew that it was going to be a 50-50 chance that one of these kids was going to come out ugly because of him. Now look. Now I got to wait for his looks and shit to come in. One minute he look all handsome, and the other minute he look like fucking Alien versus.
Hell nah. She said I gotta wait for his looks to come in.
Got me walking around. This your baby? Oh, bless his heart. Yeah, I know what that shit mean. I'm sorry, your daddy marked you. You look like him. It's cool though. We're just sitting in the front seat thugging at the water park watching his sister's man play. And she up here too. We in the air conditioning. Up that ass.
How you got a baby with a baby?
Girl, it's true, man. It's true. It's okay. He ain't
You
gonna
look
be
like
ugly
your
all
wretched
his
ass.
life. At least I hope not. Woo, Father God, in the name of Jesus, let him grow up to be handsome. Cause right now I'm just he
I swear I was thinking the same thing, Colette.
His looks might come in, but your shit stuck.
He looks just like you, boy. You finna get your ass blocked. He don't look shit like me. I'm not ugly, and I wasn't an ugly baby.
Yes.
He's funny looking. I don't want to call him ugly, I'ma just call him funny
You
looking.
already did.
It's you funny looking.
Look at
I
him.
don't want to call you ugly.
Oh my God. Your daddy need a whooping. He need his Let me call your daddy.
Dude, you got his number.
He's about
You
to
know
call
his
your
name.
daddy. Cause this right here, this shit don't make no sense.
The fact that she getting friend requests on this goofy ass live right now is blowing my mind.
Bro, who would say this
Like,
shit anywhere?
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to go through this. Why the fuck do my son look so funny looking? He funny looking. You ain't right.
What the fuck?
You ain't right.
Wow.
I'm sorry. My son look like you, and he just not all that cute right now.
Oh, okay, well.
Oh, he just threw up on me.
You right, bitch.
What you crying for?
You worry about that goof ass phone.
She's scared. She's scared of the water.
There's another one.
She's like, I'm scared. He just threw up all over me. That's what I get, y'all.
Yo, word to mommy. I hope that they're together. This is what I'm thinking about right now. If they break up, she gonna be talking to that little boy so bad.
That's why you gotta lay down with a woman you be willing to lie.
Bruh.
Where is the bib? Where is the diaper that you're supposed to have, the extra cloth, the diaper bag? What the hell? That's what I'm looking at. Because I don't want to babysit it for me, but I got cloth, diapers, and diaper bag with me. Shit.
I'm thinking about how she had a baby with a baby and then got her other child at the water park. Like, who watching the child at the water park right now?
Nobody. They probably at the water park right now. She in the car doing a live.
Yo.
Goofy. Box head looking at her.
Neglect.
Look at herself. It's like, that's that new generation. I don't know about that.
Nah, that's just that dumb shit.
Because
that's that bullshit.
That's that bullshit. But my generation had diaper bags. We had the diaper bag, everything ready to go.
She's not a mother. What mother you know talk about her own baby? I don't give a damn if nobody wasn't around.
Yeah.
No, don't make that a generational thing, Andre. I got a diaper bag packed in the trunk of my car 24/7. It's always a diaper bag in my car.
I'm gonna be honest. I have seen that new generation, this millennium diaper bag people. They don't have diaper bags. I'm like, what a diaper bag at? I have seen young girls who got babies don't have diaper bags. I'm like,
Peace to Dawn Harden.
I'm like, where's this at the bottle?
What's up, Don?
I got the diaper bag, you know what I'm saying? They got the straps. I could put it on like a book bag. It always has a clean outfit, some what I got pull-ups now. She trying to work on that potty training, but a fresh outfit, some pull-ups, wipes, baby powder.
Yes.
And the little nose joint.
Yes.
And some lotion, the little nose joint, because I'll be having to clean her nose.
Aspirator.
Yeah, that joint.
Yes.
Always in the trunk of the car, 24/7. That ain't a generation.
I have seen young girls not have no diaper bag. And I'm like, what's
hey,
up?
Kim, did his looks come in? Kim said there's an updated picture of the little boy. Did his looks ever come in, Kim? We ain't going to look for it. But did they come in and tell me he don't look like his ratchet ass mama?
Yeah, she was. Bro.
I would think that because of the way she looks, that people have probably chastised her about her looks at some point. Yes. Maybe this is a learned behavior, but I would think that she would be just a touch more sensitive to that because she may have experienced that. Because I didn't see her as like, no, you know what I'm saying? Fuck attraction. It's just a matter of like her whole swag was just terrible. You know what I mean? As like so for somebody to have chosen her twice, she called this man on the live. She thought that like, hey, it ain't bad enough for me on the live dishing my own baby. Let me call his daddy up. Make sure I show that he's complicit in this bullshit.
Mm. Yeah.
That's like, what the fuck? Even? That's crazy, man.
But you love the kids. There's a couple of things that really burnt the shit out of me. It was, for one, the way that she was looking at her son. Mm-hmm. The first thing before I played it is I asked about, you're going to think that your son or your child is beautiful no matter what the world thinks.
Yep.
She's not giving the world a chance. She's putting him out there saying he's ugly. And even down to her not believing that he's attractive in any way, shape, or form when somebody says bless their heart, like people say to the babies, or God bless them, She's like, yeah, I know what that means. So she rejects any complimentary, approaches to her son. She thinks they lying or they patronizing him. So what does that mean to me? That means that if he maintains the same looks on the Fibonacci sequence scale, right? Then later on, she's going to be pretty much telling him he's ugly. And that if somebody making him think he's attractive, that they're just trying to, that they're just blowing smoke up his ass, pretty much. Oh, yeah, that was another thing. She was smacking his back hard as fuck. And that's why she got that throw up in her lap. Good for her. Should have been in her face. But anyway, it's just rant style, y'all. That was one piece. Second piece. You put that shit out to the world. This stuff sticks on YouTube more than it sticks on TV.
Yeah, that's true.
It sticks on YouTube more than it sticks on TV. You don't even need a DVR with YouTube. You put it there, it's there. And more people have the opportunity. There's shows that used to be on TV. We'll never see them shits again unless we go dig somewhere through some archive or if they rerun it, right? Or if we go to Netflix, HBO Max, Hulu, whatever. She put that shit out there. And it's there. Dumbass. The last piece, I'm going to bring Mr. Best in the World. The last piece was...
Shit, tell Colette, come up.
She was out there with children. And that's, I don't want us to lose that point before we greet Mr. Best in the World from Knowledge and Relationships. What's going on, big dog?
Family, what's going on? I see my man Vic with the sombrero. He got the sombrero on. I see you, Vic.
Hey. Tranquilo.
Oh, man. 100 watts, what up, kid? 757, you know how we do. 256, what up, baby? Know what I mean? You know what it is. Word, Chef, what's going on? 718, you know what it is, baby. Dog. Yeah. Chef always got the crazy hats, man. Your hat collection is like immaculate, brother.
Just a little something, mix it up, it's when it's time for the shape up, when it's time for the fresh baldy,
Hey.
That's what it is. But yeah, man, did you get a chance to see what we were chopping up today?
What up, Hef?
Man, I done had so many different business calls. You know what I mean? Just trying to get things situated for the rest of our week. I was like, I try to peep a little bit of it, but I was like, I gotta show y'all some love. I knew that for a fact. I'm jumping on to show y'all some love no matter what. So whatever y'all politicking, I'm down.
Okay, cool. So where we at right now? This is the rant session. So we were pretty much talking about some shit that pissed us off, and we played a video. We just finished playing the video of this young sister that basically was calling her son ugly and pretty much saying that he was ugly. He's a little baby. I'm talking about like he didn't even look like he was months. He didn't even look like he was a bunch of months. He might have been a few weeks old, maybe. That's what it looked like to me. And she's tapping his back hard as hell. And she's on a live talking about how ugly her baby is. She's so pissed off because her baby's ugly like his daddy. And she was hoping that it would have passed him. And literally talking about how ugly he was while she's holding him. Bro, the shit was hard to watch. You understand what I'm saying? It was hard to watch because it was actually seeing somebody. This is a parent. She twists the camera to the left. You got even younger. It looked like even younger baby. Like she haven't it. I was thrown off. Well, no, it was an older baby in the car seat. It looked like I couldn't tell, man. And then she said, "Yeah," and she's sitting in the car. Yeah, I'm at the water park with the kids. The kids is out at the water park for Dolo. So, we were pretty much getting a reaction to what the hell was going on. But it was
that's crazy, bro. Like my family like to say, now everybody should be able to procreate. You know what I mean? And that's a reason why. Like, look at that. Like, that's wild. Like, kids are innocent, man. They they just really want love and affection and guidance, really. And me, I wanted my G.I. Joes, but that's another story. And I'm mad my mom ain't give me all my wrestlers growing up. That's another story too. You know what I mean? I'm still beefing with moms over that Christmas present. Love you, moms.
Yeah, my pops still owe me a big wheel.
Hey, they had to do what they had to do back in the day. You feel me? Oh yeah, shout out to Danique too. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to you, much love.
Oh, so you on that Boondocks Riley Dear Santa type shit?
Yo, watch. When I did everything right. When I did everything right that Christmas, I did everything right, yo. I just wanted my wrestling ring. I wanted Big Boss Man, Hulk Hogan, and my.
You know about Big Boss Man?
Yo, I'm here with you, baby. You know I'm here. You know what I mean? That's all I wanted. And mom's, I gave her the figure, her book, all that. Yo, I said, yo, mom's, hook it up. You know what I mean? But I was only like 7, so she probably was like, yeah, I'm gonna just get this little dude, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm working. You know what I mean? So she was working hard. So salute the moms, man, for holding it down. You know what I mean? And yeah, she got me a couple of wrestlers, but she didn't give me that ring. I really wanted that wrestling ring, though. That's what I wanted. And a wrestling buddy. That's all another story. Moms are still.
Hey, I had a Macho Man.
Ah, man, you heard me right now. What I really wanted, but I knew my mom wasn't gonna get it. I really wanted to be jiggy with it. I wanted the all-white Ultimate Warrior jacket with the Ultimate Warrior face on the back. I really wanted that, but that's a whole nother story. Moms, I still love you though. Don't think I'm mad. Like, I'm not mad. You hooked me up. You didn't give me all my Ninja Turtles either. You gave me like 2 Michelangelos, but you ain't really know. But it's all good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And when I was about to complain, but you gave me that look like I was about to get beaten, so I left it alone. But I just want you to know that I need them presents, Mom, somehow. We gotta work it out. Big Kev in the building, what's going on? Oh yeah, shout out to Sister Andrea too. I ain't seen nothing, Andrea. Shout out to her.
What's up, Bess? What's up, panel?
What's it do? What's going on, Hef, my man? What's good with you?
Man,
Chef,
Coleman, I had to come show my love.
Hey, Chef, give him like 10, 15 seconds of the clip. That's it.
Yeah.
No longer.
Okay, here we go.
Larry wrong for this. He wrong. My biggest fear was having an ugly baby. Now look what the fuck I got. Look at him. He is so funny looking. He got all this hair though. My little girl, she bald head. But his funny looking self, he got all the hair. I ain't want to have no ugly baby. I just knew that it was going to be a 50-50 chance that one of these kids was going to come out ugly because of him. Now look.
Whole thing, sir.
Now I gotta wait for his looks and shit to come in.
Bro, I'm still getting blown off of that.
Wait. Why they ain't seen it yet? They just that's their first time seeing it. I want a official reaction.
So the fucked up thing is I've actually seen moms like her. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from Little Rock. Like it's ghetto as hell in Little Rock. And I've seen women like her. And that's just more proof of how lost our culture is in society. And if we don't fucking figure out how to how to police who we are allowing to be parents in this world, we gonna keep losing this race. And I ain't even trying to make it like a race war type of thing, but we the only ones out here looking like this and doing this type of shit. That shit foul. And your self-hate alone is insane. And then you talking about he got the ugly from his dad, and like you fucked his dad. Like, you know what I'm saying? You act like his dad then baby Jesus you or something. Like, come on, no.
Wow.
Yo, that's a new one. Some baby G. Yo, I'm at to write that down.
Ain't nobody baby Jesus you.
Damn.
I gotta keep this one because it's a gift from God. You know what I'm saying? Like, there ain't nobody hit you with the mystery. You knew what you was doing.
Hold on, I got a side note. Hold that thought real quick. Hold on, wait. I gotta hold that thought real quick. You just blew my mind just now, yo. No disrespect, y'all, but do you ever wonder if when they was laying in bed, you ever wonder if when they was laying in bed, if Joseph was over there looking at her like, oh God?
She was like, Holy Spirit, yeah.
God did that. I mean, I'm a carpenter. I was making tables. So God did that. Okay. Like, I don't know. It just made me wonder.
Then I chef.
No, listen, Mary was the Holy One. You get what I'm saying? It's just in my mind. I just wondered. Joseph was a human being.
Did he second guess it?
That was my question. Like
the whole time,
I just wondered if Joseph was just there. Like,
I'm pretty sure that's in there because
what was Joseph's crew doing?
Said something like the angel had to come and visit Joseph and be like, "Hey, wait, chill out, man, for real."
Like, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe.
Chill out,
come on,
man.
Joe.
This is official business, man.
So
I gotta read. I gotta read.
God
I
laying
gotta
pipe
read
now,
that.
Joe.
I know that.
I think Joe.
He kept hitting her with that. Don't make no sense, Mary.
This don't make no sense.
Every time she kept talking about her blessing, he thinking about you being blessed with dick. Like,
but imagine if I was a comedian.
Y'all on this island by yourself. I just want you to know that these opinions do not necessarily represent just Vic and Associates.
Yeah. Vic wrote this joke, by the way.
Vic gave me my whole script. Everything I'm saying.
Imagine the amount of calm down.
Vic.
Look, as a regular dude, it's one thing, but imagine the amount of calm down that you got to have when you're ready to blow something up and you find out that you got backdoor Joe by God.
Man.
It's like how you gonna fight? Who you gonna pull up on? Oh man.
He ain't buy you no tree. He ain't get you drunk. Like, he just blessed you. He just blessed your game with a baby. Okay.
But yeah, man, we had to side note it back.
On mute.
What up? Oh, yeah. We had to side note it for a minute just to kind of get that conversation. Y'all missed a couple of pretty decent conversations into the rant. We had some conversation about the Drake situation.
Hey, we was just talking about that.
Yeah, man. You know, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, she was trying to get her little baby Jesus.
Now you want to know what kind of broad would do that? That's the kind. turn herself upside down and dump whatever the fuck. Right, shit out. That's probably how you got pregnant to start with.
Like you know, something that we didn't talk about when we was talking about it just now. Something I thought about the other day though. It would be real nice if situations like that, women could be charged with rape. It's so easy for them to put that card on a man. If she would have got pregnant and it would have been Drake's baby, he would have been obligated. He would have been responsible for the whole term for 18 years. You know what I'm saying? And only thing people gonna say is, well, you shouldn't have slept with her, you shouldn't have this, you shouldn't have that, you shouldn't. But we had an agreement. You know what I'm saying? Even if we didn't speak about it, we had an agreement. She saw me put the condom on, she didn't object. We had intercourse with a condom on, and then somehow she wound up. We literally almost had like not a verbal agreement, but we had a visual
non-verbal agreement.
We had a visual agreement that I ain't trying to get you pregnant. We ain't on none of this type of time. And somehow he can walk away from that situation and she winds up pregnant and he's responsible. That's insane.
Lotto ticket.
That's insane.
I don't even believe. I believe
there should be some repercussions for women that does that. There should be a reprimand.
That's the thing. We're about to take it there. Within
she got a whole baby
society, within society, though, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
they put the onus on us. They put the onus on us, right? Totally. It's unfair. But the thing is, the way the system is set up, there's some sort of inherent understanding of male dominance and superiority. So some of the laws are meant to, quote unquote, protect the weak. And that's one of the things that it ends up working against men in many situations, because there is no assumed level of fairness. You know, there's no assumed level of fairness. You ever notice when, you know, a white person calls a black person racist, or in certain situations when that happens? What do men say? What do some black people say? No, we can't be racist because we're the less dominant class or the oppressed class, right? So we can't be. It kind of works when it, you know, within the quasi-sexual dynamics of double standards. When we try to speak the fairness thing, well, nah. It's not going to be fair because we live in a patriarchy and men are in control. So then, and the women need to be protected. So that concept alone, it has it holds major sway in terms of the decisions that get made and who gets listened to. You know, even when it comes to child support, divorce, or a bunch of things.
You ever notice how these things only go one directional? It's never a two-way street. Somebody can be so depressed that they kill themselves. You hardly ever hear about the person that was so depressed that they bossed their way up, that they glowed the fuck up. Like, why can't it ever be a two-way street? Why are we in a society where the victim route is the easiest way to go?
Okay.
The victim route is what everybody want to take. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, there's two sides to every story.
Check it out here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let's just say it went, just using this situation in a vacuum. Let's say they prosecuted her and say, you know what? You did not have the right. You violated that man. There was an unwritten agreement that he had with you when he used a contraceptive and then disposed of it properly in a receptacle, indicating that it was not for use. So let's just say she violated him and they gave her 12 months. and some kind of a fine. She do 6 and pay a fine. Now you got a pregnant woman and being basically funded by your tax dollars with this baby, Drake's baby, which he may not even want to have inside of a prison. You see the quandary that you put yourself in when if you put it the other way. Would you be okay seeing a woman in that position paying for it whilst bearing a child?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about government funding, they
skip the money. Skip the money part. Skip the money part. Would you be comfortable?
They funding wars and all kind of shit that I don't want them funding.
Skip the money.
Now, as far as what she's going to go through by putting herself in that predicament, well, it's the same thing if it wasn't Drake. If this was a bum off the street, same scenario. She's finna have to figure out how to provide for this little dude with the best of her abilities. You know what I'm saying? So just like two people who willingly lay down, when the dad's a bum, the mom suffers, the kid suffers. Just like I told you, I didn't want to give you no baby, and you figured out how to finesse your way into getting a baby from me. You're in the same position as the woman who had a baby with a bum. You did this by yourself. This wasn't a joint mission. The contracts that we have in America, in society, are almost our most fair and legal situation. The only time it's not fair and is when one of the parties aren't mentally there. But if both parties are, sound of mind, then you're bound by that contract. And like I was saying, they had like a visual contract, like they didn't sit down and write nothing down, yada yada yada. But we visually, you seen that I wasn't trying to give you no kid. You know what I'm saying? And that should be somewhat relevant. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that you can use what I saw in court.
You got your dancing shoes on. We already gave you victory. Let's make it you. Take Drake off it. Let's say it was you. Some girl pulled a stunt on you, right? Now you in the situation. She pregnant. Fuck the hot sauce. She pregnant. Do you want her prosecuted?
I don't want no commitment to that child.
Do you want her prosecuted?
I mean, I don't really like our legal system in that way when it comes to putting people in cages. That's like I've been in one of those cages, so I don't really want nobody in one of them.
Say this. They gave her a stupid ass fine, $10,000 fine.
Yeah.
Would that be all right with you?
No, I'm cool with it, especially if they hold her to it. You know what I'm saying? We finna fuck up your credit. We finna fuck up your ability to do all kind of shit until you pay that bread. I'm down.
So
I'm game.
But what about the child that she's gonna have that's now officially yours, whether or not you want anything to do with him or not? Can you accept that?
I've spewed semen all across the United States and toilets and all kind of shit. So if that's what I was gonna care about, I would have cared about it in bigger ways than this.
It's a bunch of little hefts running around this motherfucker.
I ain't not physically, but the potential hefts. There's a lot of potential hefts around this motherfucker. It's some in the back of throat. It's some.
Here we go. It's late.
Heft powder. Just add water. Shake. Vigorously.
Because like this is where we be tripping at though. Because like Family Guy is a hilarious show, but they touch on a lot of real scenarios. And Peter was posed with the situation of abortion being wrong. And then somebody brought it up to him like, well, what about all the other semen that doesn't get to come to term? Like, just fuck all of those? You know what I'm saying? So he ended up at a point by the end of the show, he didn't even want to jack off no more. He was like, oh, Lord, I'm aborting kids. I can't do this. This is wrong. Those kids deserve life too. And you know, by the end of the show, he came to the realization, like, man, I'm tripping. All this is too much to think about and worry about. You know what I'm saying? If a woman wants to get rid of a kid, she should be allowed to get rid of a kid. So at the same token, men should be allowed some type of privilege in that way too. You know what I'm saying? Especially if we agreed against that.
I completely disagree.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Vic, you disagree?
Yep.
I'm listening.
Look, like when people lay down to have sex, they're laying down just to have sex. They're not thinking about planning a baby. If a baby comes out of that and a woman has all the rights based on today's laws, then they need to change laws for when it's just sex. The man doesn't have a financial obligation to that. That's the only unfair part about it. We don't have any say-so if that kid comes into the world or not, but we hold all the financial responsibility. And if that woman don't want the baby, even after she had a baby, she could just drop it at the fire station and be not held to any responsibility whatsoever. But I'm still gonna be held responsible, even though it was her full decision by herself to bring the child in, and I got to pay for 18 years, regardless if I was trying to have a baby or not. And there's 33 forms of contraceptives that I used the condom. She could have used a whole lot of other things, including after, and she didn't. And she decided to have it, knowing that we wasn't trying to have a baby. We were just having sex. Why I have to be on the hook? In regardless of scenario, the man is still financially obligated to that. And those laws should be looked at.
There was peace, Mr.
need-
O. We ain't even get to greet you yet. What up, Mr. O? Is just slipping, y'all. Yeah, man.
We don't need her to go to jail, and I don't even care about the fine, but don't hold me over the gun, and put me in jail for something that I did not want. Clearly, we was not trying to make a baby.
So I'm gonna ask y'all the question. So I'm gonna ask a question. I kind of think I got the answer from Owen Hef, but y'all can reiterate if you want. This question is based on a rant that I had heard previously. In the essence, to summarize it, that person said, if the woman has the right to abort the baby, the man should have the right to abandon the baby.
I mean, that's fair.
Do it fair on both sides. If the woman wanted to abort the baby, but the man wanted to keep the baby,
and
I don't have a right. I don't have a right. I don't want you to abort my kid, but she don't want it. She don't like you. She don't want the responsibility. She can still abort it. I can't keep it if I want it.
Or give up for adoption, or drop them off at the local church, hospital,
anywhere.
You know why how this wouldn't be a conversation at all? Is if men had a form of birth control that allowed us to have unprotected sex. We wouldn't even be talking about this. This wouldn't be a thing.
There is one.
Non-invasive. Non-invasive though.
There is one. There's one. What you do?
You talking about a vasectomy?
There's one. What you do? You sit on the microwave and then you run it on high for 3 minutes, right?
What? You gonna get your guy?
Fry your.
That don't sound foolproof.
Pull out, gang.
Microwave is up.
Oh. See the nigga in the kitchen sitting on the air fryer. He said microwave food.
You gonna have niggas in the
microwave
tonight.
is attached to the bottom of my cabinet.
You gonna put it shit in the
My microwave.
Hey, the fire kill it. Hey, my bad, yo.
Does it work if I get on the bottom of the microwave? Because mine is attached to the cabinet.
Handstand.
Sit it in your lap.
That's funny. Y'all got me doing a handstand on top of my stove.
How many people gonna try that though?
Man,
we get any bigger.
I lost balance.
He is a chef, so he know about the kitchen. He might.
Chef's guide to the sex game. There you go.
The ladies know I walk in that room. The ladies know I walk in that room and they see me with my tongs and the spatula. They're like, oh shit.
They probably learned that. They probably followed that in culinary school.
Y'all know how the song go. I'm finna cook. I'm finna cook.
Whipping in the kitchen.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Hef.
Yo.
Let me explain what I mean when I say I completely disagree.
Okay, come on with it.
I'm gonna make it short. I'm coming from the perspective that I don't accept abortion or a man abandoning his children, whether or not the child was brought into the world. And let me give you my support and evidence. This is 1 Timothy 5:8. But if any provide not for his own, especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel.
Yeah, so we're not saying don't do nothing for the kid. We're just saying the government shouldn't hold up my tax money because of it, or deny my passport, or like all these things that prohibit me from living in society as an adult with liberty out here. They take your liberty away because of a decision she made, and that part's not fair. I can develop a relationship with this kid and take care of this kid without the government trying to be in my pockets and get a percentage of my money for doing it. That part of the law is
You
messed
thinking
up.
child support? You thinking that woman doesn't necessarily want to be with
Well,
you?
I'm thinking fuck them kids and fuck the Bible.
Okay.
That's where you coming from. See, you told me last time you don't really rock with religion in general, right?
Yeah. I
So
mean, that's a human construct. It's a whole
I
lot
can
of books
respect the
out
fact
there
that
we don't give a
you
fuck
don't
about.
submit to that. I mean, without the Bible, there's some basic principles that I think men can agree on with or without any religious doctrine in between us. Like, okay, don't fuck my bitch, nigga. You see how that works? Okay, see, if you do, you could. I can't tell you can't, but see, then we might have a problem. You know what I mean? So that thou shalt not kill may not sound as good in my ear after you covet my wife. You see what I'm saying? So it all builds because these are social constructs and unwritten, just like you was talking about non-verbal contracts, understoods. It's understood that while I'm at work, you shouldn't come fuck my old lady.
I was understood by you, but your
So
old lady
I'm saying
disagrees.
it's understood. We have me and my neighbor have an understanding without us ever have to have that discussion. I don't give a fuck what his religion is.
So that means you kind of agree with me
about which part?
the non-verbal agreements. If
I can
put a
go along with
condom
that.
on and
That's why I gave you the premise.
Give you no baby, you're not allowed to force the baby.
That's why I gave you the premise of let's prosecute her. Would you be okay with that? You see what I'm saying? And you were saying that you respect the fact if you could just walk away from it clean without having any ties.
Yeah.
And my thought is that, you know what I mean, the only way that you're being able to justify that is because on the counter, a woman has the option to keep a baby that you don't want.
Right.
So that's how you justify. But I don't think a woman should have any option but to keep the baby that she helped create right along with you by choosing to be with you, even if it was just for tonight. Both of y'all chose to be clumsy. You know what I'm saying? Having super rough sex with a condom on or with none, or she playing games. It wouldn't matter how that baby came to be. Both of you are responsible for that baby without government interference, in my opinion. And I believe that it's a life. So she don't have the right to take the life from this new life. That's murder in my eyes. You don't get to murder me at no point during my
more
life.
murder on this planet. It's a lot of people undeserving of breathing air. I would argue that I'm not just like one of the most special gifts to this planet. You know what I'm saying? I try to be an asset. I try to contribute, but at the end of the day, this planet would function and look a whole lot better if there was a little more policing on who we allowed to have life on this plane.
Do you believe in censorship?
In what way?
Just like media. Let's just go with strict media.
Being able to say what
I'm able
to
watch.
That sounds like eugenics he was talking about though. Like
no, hold on,
choosing
hold
who
on. What or do you believe in just regular freedom of speech and being able to say on any platform whatever the fuck you want if you willing to pay the consequences for saying it.
I mean, sure, yeah. Say what you will, yeah.
Be, but I mean, do you support any kind of censorship so people be able to say whatever they want, including things like pedophilia, all kind of shit? They should be able to say whatever. Should there be any restraints on speech at all?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Say what you want.
Okay, because but the thing about it is, what you're insinuating is that someone be able to censor who is approved to be a parent, and you're putting that responsibility in the government's incapable hands. Because I don't know of any other body, private or public, that you would want to put in charge of a task like that.
Well, you're speaking from the standpoint of the society we have in place right now, and I'm more so speaking from a standpoint of us being the type of society who has always believed in advancement and high IQs and high intellects being the ones who preside over what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. I'm more or less trying to create a perfect society where everything that we do is for the betterment of our species. I know you're not interested in pushing the agenda that all of us are catering towards the betterment and longevity of our species on this planet.
Okay, I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to phrase it in a way that may seem like a question. Would you be okay if the people who had the power to make this decision, that you in the future, in whatever perfect society that you were thinking of, would you be okay if they thought that your bloodline in particular?
I already said that. I already asked me out.
No, you said you.
Yeah.
No, your whole family line.
Yeah.
Everybody that come from you is not to the benefit. Your genetics does not help the gene pool.
Yes.
So you would be okay not being a part of this beautiful society that you're thinking of.
Yes.
That's interesting. Now I understand.
Well, if they had rules, we wouldn't have to take all these kids who don't have parents. So they should have rules about how many kids you have, and the government have to take care of all these kids.
He said, "Who?" Not like if you had too many. When we were talking about, okay, if you got 2 or 3 and you already put you've been marked that you can't have no more kids after this many have been gone into the system. He don't want certain people to even be able to procreate based on who they've proven that they are or are not before they even get a chance to put them in the system.
I get what he's saying, but my thing is, when you have kids who their parents have 6 kids in the system and they still having more kids, what we gonna do to you? They having more kids and more kids in the system.
You can't have 6 kids. They told you you don't qualify to have no children.
Well,
you got to get past that part.
Well, I'm not saying, I don't think I wouldn't say you couldn't have no children. What I say, it should be a limit. If you have at least 2 kids in the system, you should not be maybe having no more kids.
Well, if this is based off of intelligence and intellect, you as an individual aren't procreating if you don't have the ability to take care of them. So that's what ridding the world of my gene pool, my ancestry would provide, is that same line of thinking that we crafted the world in a way to where only the thinkers were still here. I'm not talking from an emotional standpoint of I'm a human, I want to create life. I'm talking about from the standpoint of I know what a child costs over the course of 18 years. I know that I have that and the ability to provide that. And so I'm now in position to bring life into this world and it not be a burden on anybody else outside of my own financial responsibility. If there was something in place that allowed us to only invest in the people who were thinking about the betterment of society, the longevity of our planet, us as a species, us as humans, right? Natural selection, right? If natural selection was a thing for the human species, we'd look way different. We'd have some way different stuff going on.
Natural selection. Here's the twist. Here's the twist, man. Because you saying logical, right? So logically, based on trends, that it's easier to set something in motion than it is to stop it. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they use the term slippery slope, Pandora's box, meaning it have unintended consequences and it may have more things in it than originally anticipated. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So what happens is you're giving some form of panel, board, community, society, vote, wouldn't matter, the power to make these decisions, even if they had a set structure. So let's just say we started with finances, right? We started with finances. People who couldn't afford to, based on the criteria we set, say, hey, okay, if you ain't making this many, you can only have this many kids, period. If you can't show you've been making that much for a consistent amount of time, you don't qualify. So let's start with finances.
Yep.
Then we say, okay, we got all of that out the way, and the community's looking better. Now we're going for intelligence. So we started weeding out based on intelligence. Now we're a bunch of financially sound, intelligent people. But now that you got all these financially sound, intelligent, ambitious types, who's going to tell them to stop there? Who's going to say when? Who's going to say we're not going off of light versus dark? You know what I'm saying? Tall versus short. Where does the line stop?
Well, now you're splitting hairs on what intelligence means. Intelligent people wouldn't need to be policed on such a thing. We can all agree that China tests better than America. Is that not a normal consensus among everybody? China tests better than us, right?
In academics, let's say that's all true.
Yes, they test better than us academically. Meanwhile, they aren't allowed to produce as many kids as they want. I think they're allowed like one girl or something like that.
I think they're allowed one child. I think they moved it to two recently, but most people would hide their other children or abort their baby until they had a boy child because they wanted their legacy to live on.
Yeah,
so now they have an overpopulation of men and not enough women, and there's a whole bunch of horny incels, and now they're trying to deal with that problem with the sex market and industry taking over, and fucking sex dolls and all of that is now there's unintended consequences, things we don't see coming.
So overall, they were trying to institute something that would further them along rather than just to go at it blindly like America.
Check the screen. I put the info up on the screen. From 1980 to 2021, China imposed some form of enforceable birth quota on most of its population. A one-child policy had been implemented until late 2013, when it was partially relaxed. Yeah,
man. What is the rest of it? So the couples may have two children if one parent was an only child. Okay.
Yes.
So at least there's an attempt to police this in a way to where the ramifications on the planet and the country aren't as dramatic as what you see here in our country. So I don't know how the statistics measure up, but they are trying to do something rather than just letting everybody take matters into their own hands.
We have to have this conversation offline.
I
can't go as far as I want to go.
The thing is, it might be a whole show within itself. It might be a whole show within itself.
Airways, bro.
I'm here for it.
You know, so let's talk about. There's something to talk about, man. There's a couple things.
What just scrolled on the bottom of your thing about oxtails? What just?
Oh, so yeah, it says buy me a plate of oxtails. What it is,
like,
there's a
just gave me the munchies. I saw oxtails.
Yeah, look, what's funny is I literally got a couple packs of oxtails today. I'm doing something, probably do something tomorrow with them. But there's a thing called buy me a cup of coffee. You know, buymeacoffee.com.
Okay.
They allow you to change whatever it is. You can change it to buy me a pizza or change it to whatever. So I put oxtails. I'm a Caribbean dude. I like oxtails, so I just put oxtails up there.
For sure.
You know, but yo, man, you know what's been annoying me, yo? This woke shit. It was cool in the beginning. The political correctness, the PCing, I call it the PCing of our society. There's a lot of change that's taking place. I know a lot of y'all see the change that's taking place. Things you can do, things you can't do, things you used to be able to say that you can't say, things that you have to say now and do. You know, I'm going to take a look at something real quick. I'm going to share it with y'all. Hold on a second.
And it was all good just a week ago.
Hey.
Okay, I've got to rant for a minute. Just when I thought school couldn't get any weirder, it did today. I'm a sub, and the most important thing we do is take rolls so the school gets paid. So I'm looking at the seating chart as I'm going up and down the rows and marking who's here and who's not. I get to the third row and I hear this meow. Excuse me? Excuse me? Start looking on the ground. Go to the fourth row, everything's good. Go to the fifth row, everybody's there. Then I hear meow. I'm like, okay, what's up with that? Who's doing it? And this little girl in the very front row says, you have to meow back at him. He identifies as a cat. Are you kidding me? I said, is there a litter box in here somewhere? My sarcasm self probably shouldn't have said that. He gets up and he storms out of the classroom. And I'm like, rough. And of course, the entire class is laughing. And I think, no problem, no foul. I go to the office. You ready for this? You check out. They said, we no longer need your services if you can't identify with all the children in the classroom. And you wonder why they don't have any subs. I told the lady, I said, I didn't know cats were considered people. I thought they were pets. Another school off my list.
Oh shit! That was a great technicality. If you consider yourself a cat, then his rights say. What the fuck?
So, funny story though. That's crazy.
It's encouraging bullshit.
My ex, my daughter's mom, she's the big supervisor at ACS. That's Administration for Children's Services in New York. So that's the equivalent of DFACS. All right. There was times where if she had to go in certain areas to do home visits, and she was total L7, total square, there was times when I felt I wanted to drive her there at least. You get what I'm saying? Because she had to go investigate homes where people, you know, there were reports that there was drugs being sold out of the home. This time she would have to go visit the projects, you know, and I'm looking at her like, so I told her if we was going to any of those spots, you have to, I'll drive you. I'll roll with you. Simple as that. There was one that we went to. All I know is she went up to the door. It was just a regular brownstone. She walked up to the door, rang the doorbell. The door opens and you just hear barking, right? barking. Mind you, she's allergic to dogs. She goes in. She's in there maybe 40 minutes. She comes out. And I was like, yo, you good? You know what? They put the dog up. She's like, this is the way she's like, no, they didn't have a dog. It's the kid. I said, what are you talking about? She's like, she barks like a dog. They left her with the dog for so long. She barks like a dog. And she moves like a dog. And I said, what do you mean like a dog? Like, she's like, on all fours. So I'm like telling her, she's like, look, I'm not really supposed to be telling you all of this stuff, but on all fours. Like literally barking like a dog, yo.
My nephew identified as Simba for a long time.
And then
they had to get him out of that shit.
Jumping out of trees.
That does happen. That's a true story. That does happen.
So let's take it away from the mental aspect, right? And let's take it to the wokeness aspect of it. You understand that's what made Jordan Peterson become famous, right? What made Jordan Peterson become famous was Canada was trying to force folks to respond to other people's personal identifications. You know, the non-binary and all of that. So instead of you calling me chef or y'all referring to me as he, not. I'm they, them. All right? I'm they, call me they, them. That's what I refer to. Now, corporate emails and stuff, people are sending stuff. The name might be Bob Jones, but then now in comma, he puts he, him. So now people are listing their pronouns. And Jordan Peterson said, legally, you can't force me to refer to someone as something that's not real just because they decide to refer to themselves as that. The other said that was the thing that brought him to light, because he said, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm a scientist. I'm a professor. I'm an intellectual. Nothing scientifically can make me respond to you that way just because you feel that's what you want to be responded to.
Mama call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
So, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of wokeness going on. There's a lot of wokeness. And at some point, that wokeness might create some levels of confusion. We got wokeness in our parts too. We got a lot of wokeness in our parts too. Sometimes it gets crazy. Sometimes it gets very crazy, but why? Why do people be on that?
No. Okay. Interesting.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. Olivia?
Yeah, Taro Slush.
Got you. So it's coming up right now.
Okay. I have a question. Are you guys black owned?
We're Indonesian.
Okay, do you think
Indonesian.
using this, you guys are not using black culture to gain attention and gain customers? You don't think this is black culture?
I think
is this Asian?
everyone
Is this Asian culture?
The commie house is definitely an Asian culture. That's what
No, but it's a trap house though. Is that Asian
not a
culture?
trap house.
Yes, it is.
That's the
Trap
I can show you where it's inspired from.
Trap tea, the boba plug. You're using black culture to gain customers. this establishment is not black owned, but you're stealing black culture. Is this not black culture? See the boba plug? No, you're thieves. Asian people stealing black culture once again.
Oh.
You're not black owned. You're stealing black culture. You're stealing black culture. No, I came here because I thought it was black owned. That's why I came here. I told my friends I'm supporting a black business.
Shout out to all the white women holding black people down ignorantly.
This is not black owned. Asians stealing black culture once again. I came here because I didn't know it was black owned. You already spent money on them. I already did. But I'm tired of people.
I'm trying to hold it down for your black ass. If you let me.
So for the record, that was actually a sister.
That was it? Sounded like a white girl. Okay.
No, it was. I clipped it purposely. It was a sister.
How you know? Don't you put that on my sisters?
That was what the hell do you think about that? Because they named, first of all, if any of y'all have never had Thai tea, you don't know what you're missing.
Ooh, with the boba, talk to him.
I don't
with
fuck
the
with
boba,
that.
son.
I see them all around, but I don't.
So let me tell you this: the Thai people, they flavor their teas, right? So imagine Lipton, like the tea bag, but then they put fruits. They stew it in the thing they let it sit with fruits, so it'll be like pineapple flavor or lemon flavor, whatever. And then they pour it, they're like pineapple flavor. They pour the tea into the cup, and it's cold. But then they put like a cream in there, right, bruh? I know it looks crazy. It sounds crazy. I seen your face, bruh. It's a life changer. Everybody that made that face, I seen people make crazier faces when you talk about it. And then you have the little boba balls in there.
See, that's the part that is fucking me up right there.
The thing is, but you don't know what it is. The boba, that's what you call it?
Tapioca.
Tapioca. Thank you. I was about to say Sacramento.
Too white for me,
It's tapioca.
That's white culture.
Nah, man. See, now you talking slave talk. The slave wasn't getting the tapioca.
I appreciate a certain amount of ignorance.
Yo, that shit is good as hell. But anyway,
fire.
I drink Thai tea. I done had Thai tea on one of my first lives when I took out to the Thai restaurant. You know what I'm saying? The Vietnamese spot, actually. Right? Yo, that shit is good. You get you some Thai tea and some pho. It's not even a game. But anyway.
Did you mean pho?
Pho.
Hey.
That's what I said, pho.
Oh.
Hey, put Mickey Red comment up.
Yeah, what she talking about, Mickey Red? Hold on. She said, I don't know. I got nigga taste buds.
Shout out to Mickey Red.
Well, word. She said, give me tempura.
I'm gonna say this, right? As she was up there spazzing, there was a part where he said, I could show you where it's inspired from. How about you just calm your ass down, have him show you where it comes from, and then make an adjustment from there? Because
she was like, oh shit, he winning. Let me go ahead and turn up before
You're stealing.
Because you don't know what them houses look like over there where they from. You just
they
think
got their house shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the house that she was talking. Look, man, if he said he got an example, show me.
The issue is that when you are problem oriented, you go invest in living in that mind state. She didn't want it to make sense. She was against the idea of it making sense from beginning to end. She walked in there with the attitude. She walked in there with the intention of putting something on blast, setting something on fire. You know what I'm saying? So when you want a resolution, you go seek out a resolution. You know, it's like the chicks who deal with that abusive dude. You know what I'm saying? He's not looking for reasons not to hit you. He's looking for reasons to hit you. So you finna end up hit. And that's what she wanted to do. That was her goal. She wanted to hit.
She told black
Peace
dude.
to Information Man Show. Peace, brother. Information Man Show in the house.
Shout out to Information Man Show.
Yeah, shout out to Information Man.
Dr. Marco.
But yeah, so that's crazy. I'm wondering, you know,
Information Man. I'm late.
She was kind of wound up. Maybe she had looked at this.
From Star Wars. We stand against racism. We stand for inclusion.
This is the same Star Wars. The same Star Wars. The same Disney that had this poster in America, right? You see there? You got all the characters there from Star Wars. But then, when they made a Chinese version and they brought it over to China, they edited the poster. Can you spot the difference? Huh. Where's the black guy? Wow. So, you're talking about inclusion. You are virtue signaling to the world about inclusion during this time, but you edited out the black guy. You know what? Like, how hypocritical, how stupid. Oh my God. Honestly though, is anyone really surprised at these virtue signaling celebrities, these idiots? They're everywhere. They're everywhere. But are we surprised at this point?
Damn.
Virtue signaling. Virtue signaling. You know what's funny?
People that sell you your weaves and your nails and all that other bullshit. Good job, guys.
That's Asian hate.
Say it again.
Nope.
Yeah, nope.
No, I didn't hear what Honey Watt said.
I said, and these are the same people that you buy your weaves and your nails from. Good job, guys.
How you know?
Pretty much so. Everything is manufactured over there, bro. Everything. And the craziest thing is, when I think about it, it's like everything is manufactured over there. Why? It's like it's reciprocal mess within that weird vacuum. They make all that stuff over there, and we consume it. But everybody consumes what they do. Why? Because we, as consumers, we want the best price for everything. And we've priced ourselves out of our own economic system. We put ourselves and priced our price desires for specific things, products, consumables. We're not willing to pay the higher price that would be commanded if things were being manufactured here, because we have what's called bargained labor, unions. We have, labor laws, FALSA, all of those different things that other countries don't have. Remember, whenever you got stuff that's manufactured in another country and there's a big controversy, they don't go at those countries like, oh, it's illegal the way you're treating these people. Because over there, it's legal. I should have had the picture for you. At the factories where the people make the microchips, they make the microchips and they make a lot of the consumables, manufactured consumables that we have here. They live on a campus. Now, me calling it a campus, I'm blowing it up. It's some bogus dorms, multiple people to a room, right? And outside, and it's several buildings. But if you stand in the street and you look up, you're not going to have a clear vision of the sky. You know why? There's nets all up and down the streets. The factories, nets. Why? Because the factory workers would go to the roof and jump off to kill themselves. So now they have nets between the landings so that the people can't successfully delete. Now, when we go and, we make all of these things, we talk about, man, how can y'all let them do that? Their laws allow them to do it. It's not illegal. But then what happens?
And they take the industry away from there, and then there's less money coming in over there.
Right. But say they leave. Let's say they don't take the industry from there because it's not the businesses that are complaining. It's the consumers complaining when they find out. Right. So at this point, okay, we know nothing's gonna change. What are the consumers gonna do? Pay more money for the made in America?
Well, that's
There's
what they
people that do
definitely
that.
not gonna do.
Right. That's what people are not gonna do. So when you see that happening, it happens with us. I believe that it happens with us as well. We say we want to support black business. But yo, man, they be too rude. The water be too wet. Their napkins be too dry. The ice be too motherfucking cold. They too expensive. And it be like, look, I ain't finna come here to go put their kid through college. Motherfucker, you done built a nation. You know what I mean? You done helped do all kind of stuff. The things you spent on one product you might have bought could have sent somebody to school in another country. You know, or fed half a village. So I believe that within this whole vacuum dynamic, I believe that we all have a tendency to get flags on the same play. You get what I'm saying?
Well, the reason why the buy black conversation is a little different for me is because when you're spending your money, you're trying to pay for a particular product. And not that I want the best price for it, but I want a good product. I want a good service. And a lot of times when I'm trying to buy black, I don't get the best service. So it's easier to go where that service that I'm looking for is at. You know, my whole show with Mr. O is player perspective. You know what I'm saying? We looking for player environments. So when I go to Mickey's Diner here, black owned restaurant, all the celebrities go there. It's not like they've put a lot of money into it and they've dressed it up to look like, you know, the Fortune 500 counterpart across the street. They didn't do all that, but the service is smooth. They do a good job. They hold it down. You can take somebody in there and enjoy yourself, and it's clean, and you know you can rock with it. You can endorse it. You can get behind it. But I'm not finna come pay for bad service. I'm not finna come support you just because you black. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to support the white dude because he white. I'm going to support it because it's a good service. They doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? Our commercial car wash here is Meister's. And I know some in Minnesota where a couple black dudes bought them. I love to go to their spot and support them. They had a super player. They put Xboxes in the joint. You know what I'm saying? They had it smooth. Niggas in there gambling, having barbershop talk. It was dope. When I go to the one down here, they do your car all fast. They get you out of there. Your shit don't be clean, don't be vacuumed well. But then I can go to this one spot where it's only one location. You know what I'm saying? They the only one that exists, and they take care of you. They do their thing. So I'm paying for the service. I'm not paying for, like, I want to support you because you black, but I'm not finna just bring my money to you only because you black. It's finna have to be good too.
Black gotta be excellent. It does.
Okay. All right. 100 watts, best in the world. Andrea, what y'all think about that?
I mean, you know, sometimes, you know, when you're dealing with black business as a whole, there's a lot you gotta kind of factor in. You know what I'm saying? But I do get what Hef is saying. Like, you want to support a business because they give you good service, of course, because you don't want to waste your money, right? Like, that's the thing. Money is hard to come by, and it's a resource that we need. And if I'm spending my money for you to basically provide me something, then I want the best job done, no matter what the race is. But I do feel like we do need to have it where we are supporting each other, but it needs to be where we're understanding that, you know, we're gonna put the best foot forward, just like anybody else. I think the video that you showed with the lady so upset at the fact of, you know, sometimes I feel like people, like, they take these stances, but they kind of go overboard with it. Like, I was watching this one video. It was these people, and I guess they're supposed to be like against like the slaughtering of like animals. but then like
Peter.
they take, yeah, but
Peter.
like they took like real chicken blood and they was pouring it. They went to KFC, they started pouring it on the counter. I'm like, yo, like. You ain't gotta eat there, homie, but you ain't gotta pour the chicken blood on the counter and all that.
Yo,
like,
son, in the
I want a
90s,
two-piece.
yo, in the late 90s, in the mid to late 90s, early 2000s, PETA people, what they would do is they would go and run with like red paint and then splash it on women with fur coats.
Yeah,
That was one of their things too.
I remember that. Like, it's just like, y'all can have y'all stances, man, but there's just a way to go about it. You know what I mean? And I think it's all right for her to have her stance, but she could have just like did it in a more professional way. Maybe wrote an email, something. You know what I mean? Maybe start a petition, something. But her doing all that rant and raving just to kind of, in a way, kind of clout chase. You know what I mean? To me, like it's a little distasteful, honestly. You know what I mean? Because your message ain't really getting out there. But yeah, I mean, support Black business as much as we can, like Hef was saying, but. They gotta understand that just because they Black, they can't just do whatever they want. So yeah.
I heard somebody make the point that if we supported them, then they would get their service and their products up. But the fact that we don't support them, they end up falling behind in the race or whatever. And it only Vic, I feel you. And it only brought to mind for me, like, so all of the work that you did to get opened up, to get established, why you didn't continue that hard work to reach your place, to, you know what I'm saying, reach the heights that you want to reach. There are so many Black businesses that didn't make it past the drawing board, but somehow you was able to get a location, you was able to grind hard until you made so many things happen, and then it came down to providing the service, and now you got excuses.
Yeah, it's kind of like when we go to our different barbershops, right? Like
right.
Some barbershops, it could be in the most craziest, dangerous hoods. Well, I mean, like dudes is getting laid out in front of the barbershop, like literally laid down. You look at the shape of like somebody coming through peeling. But if they're professional, and people know they're professional, people gonna want to rock with that. You know what I mean? They gonna want to rock with that establishment, even if it's in the most dangerous location, as opposed to they rock with the one down the street. It's still dangerous, but they not as professional. And then people get a rep for that. You like, nah, yo, go rock with Chris and them down the block, man, because they really get it done. And they got nice couches too. Oh, where they got nice couches? You know what I mean? And it be cold in the hood too. It feel like it be extra cold in the hood. Yeah, it be extra cold in the hood for some reason. Like it be cold everywhere in the hood. It be super cold. So like you like, all right, I'm gonna throw my little North Face, some little bubble jacket on or whatever. I'm gonna trek up over there. So you trek up over there with the Timbs on or whatever. You know what I mean? You make a little trek, and then you get up in there, and it's fire. You're like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? They professional. They ask you your name. You know what I mean? They ask you, who you know. They're like, yo, okay, we got this barber, that barber, and that barber. You know what I mean? This how many heads they got or whatever. They got a receptionist and all that. Like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna come back here. You know what I mean? I'll pay the extra maybe $5-10. You know what I mean? Just to rock with them. I don't even mind paying. You know what I'm saying? But for the homie down the block, and you come in and there ain't enough seats, and the seats they do have are broken down and dirty.
Oh no.
Dudes eating food everywhere. You're like, yo, like what is going on? Like, you know what I mean?
Nah, I think you're conflating this. I think you're conflating best in the world.
But I'm saying
no, I think you're a cheapskate. I think you're a cheapskate. I think you're a cheapskate. I think you're like this guy. I think you're like this guy here.
We see a lot of dumpster diving on Extreme Cheapskates. But in this particular episode, we see a pregnant woman named Angel who finds prenatal medicines and vitamins that she will take while she has her unborn child inside of her that she found from inside of a dumpster. She even makes her own breast pump out of different items that were from the trash as well. The things that you get from the dumpster are dangerous for grown adults, let alone an unborn child. She says that she does her research before taking anything, but still it's better to be safe than sorry. As well as this, all the furniture inside of her child's nursery was from, you guessed it, a dumpster. She washed all of it, but I still don't think that it's very good. especially because it's all for a child that hasn't even been born yet. So they're going to be a newborn when put into this room with all these items out of a dumpster. No.
Does she have a house to put the baby in?
Yo, Shorty, wow, and homie just gone. He ain't even saying that. He just out there.
Yo, son, they made a breast
with
pump.
it.
They made a breast pump with an old funnel from the dumpster and a bicycle pump, yo.
Nah, man.
She taking
Nice
vitamins
looks
out
like
the
Yo, that's
trash.
creative, yo. They gonna be ready for the damn apocalypse. They gonna be ready. Y'all gonna
She
be like,
taking
damn, we
vitamins
should have
out
been
the
like,
trash can.
should have been paying attention to them trash people.
No.
Another man's trash, another man's treasure. There you
How
go,
many
baby.
trashes did she have to go through to find vitamins?
Oh, she's searching. You see, she ready.
She probably checked
Hey,
the
you
dumpster.
sure them
That's
vitamins?
illegal to do that to a baby.
Vitamins good as hell.
She want people. She be like, you gonna throw that away? Yeah, I'm throwing it away. Yo, can I get it? Yo, all right, man. Whatever, man.
Yo, Hef, you gonna finish that sandwich?
If it's gonna keep you from going in the trash.
Hey, yo.
Look, eating out the garbage can and shopping out the garbage can is two different things. People throw away some nice shit.
Yeah, but
if you actually had a real house, listen. If you actually had a real house and you could steam some of that shit just to ensure that it was germ free, people throw away nice shit, man, just because they don't want it. They don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, but you
like
can
reupholster some of that shit or fix some of that furniture. You can put that shit to use. People just throw shit away because it ain't no use to them.
But you're having a newborn baby. This is new life. You don't you want to get everything like I don't know about anybody else. When I had my kids, it was life. Bringing home is precious cargo to me, and so I want everything motherfucking brand new. Damn it.
Okay, so that means you wouldn't accept. So because you wouldn't, so then you wouldn't accept when people like a family member, somebody who had a baby 6 months ago, 7 months ago. And now they moved the baby to the crib and they got bassinet. They got this for you. They got that for you. You wouldn't accept none of that stuff?
Not my first. I didn't. I wanted everything brand new for my first.
And what was the logic behind it? Or well, from what you're saying, it wasn't logic. It was just a feeling. You felt like you wanted to.
Yeah, I was a new mom. I was a young mom, and I wanted everything new and moving his room and just new, fresh out the thing. I just wanted that for him, for her. It was a her.
Peace to Holden Caulfield.
Monday morning quarterbacking. That means when you go back and look at what happened yesterday, if you had do it all over again financially, do you think that was a decision that you would make again, or would you get something used?
I would make that the same decision.
So Goodwill and Salvation Army is off the table for you?
Goodwill and Salvation Army is off the table for me. Yes,
but now in a good neighborhood.
I go to the good neighborhood.
The guy said, "Did he?"
The Goodwill and listen. The Goodwill in Beverly Hills,
man.
Nice.
I'm about to say we gotta go to the right side of town where you come up.
I mean, now I don't have a problem, but it was just my firstborn. I wanted everything like new and brand new. It was just something about my first baby. I wanted that.
That makes sense.
I mean, if you peep those shows though, like some of those women get real crafty with the dumpsters they choosing. You know what I'm saying? Like one shorty, she was only hitting like Best Buy dumpsters and spots like that. Like she getting Xbox game systems and games and you know what I'm saying? And she coming out with the shits, you know what I'm saying? Like so I think it's an art to it when you're doing it the right way, but they showed Shorty in the junkyard. Yeah, Shorty in the junkyard with sandals and a grocery cart from Target. Like she figuring it out, making it happen.
And Buddy ain't said a word.
You just said something, Hef. Yo, I'm not gonna say no names, but what you literally said, and it was Best Buy. The only difference is the homie who ain't gonna say his name, he used to work there.
Yeah.
The motherfucker ain't worked there for a year. He was like, yo, I be rolling out there sometimes, some night. I said, why? He said, man, because the motherfuckers in there, they still. And what they would do is they put shit out. They would put shit into the dumpsters.
To come back for.
To come back for it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So he literally would go.
Everybody know that shit.
Man.
Yes.
Nigga, where you get a whole box of McDonald's patties from?
Look, just like you holding down the corner and then somebody snatched your stash.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yo, Vic, how you know about all this stuff, yo?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I worked for a store back in the day.
Hey, look, man, I done worked in enough kitchens and know that when somebody leaving out with food, they plan on quitting very soon. They plan on quitting very soon. A motherfucker like this.
He trying to get them both.
I'm talking about, man, it was one time Playboy walked out with a whole 30-pound bag of chicken and they ain't see that motherfucker no more.
Damn. The side note, I used to work at Wendy's with like it was the whole kitchen staff was Mexican,
what?
and they was coming in whipping in that joint. They was coming in with the tortillas and the chopped steak. I'm like, nigga, I'm going to eat lunch with them. If motherfuckers coming through the drive-thru, like that don't smell like a Wendy's burger in there. Like, mind your business, man.
Give me a McTaco.
Hey, look, while you bullshitting, it was a Mexican restaurant I used to work in, and every Sunday morning, we used to all the ingredients they had in there. We used to make pancakes, eggs, bacon.
Man.
We used to make a nice breakfast before we opened up in the morning with the ingredients in the store. You know, niggas got fired for that. You know they got fired for it.
Because they not keeping food costs food loss costs.
Yeah, that shit come back in the paperwork. Hey, check this shit out. Check this shit out. That's why you said his ass about to quit, because you know that heat coming. Hey, but look. Hey,
nobody gonna say nothing about health working at Wendy's.
Bro,
I
was 16. I worked at Wendy's.
Look, man.
Wendy's needed players too, man.
Man.
Yeah, let me get that chicken sandwich, yo.
I hit me one in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, play is a lifestyle, okay? It's not a location. Okay.
Right. Nah, that's the bomb. When you find a girl that works in a fast food restaurant when you mad young, you think you're the man. She be giving you like extra chicken sandwiches, like 2 other fries and all. Like, you like, oh, thank you.
I definitely got some action in the balls at McDonald's.
You're gonna have to clarify.
Oh, you see, you go catch. You
know what I mean? Like in the ball pen. That's not what I said.
That's what you said. That's not what you meant.
No, it didn't come out my mouth like it was in my head.
The way my mouth set up.
I hope them balls was in your mouth.
You already passed. You already passed the statute of limitations.
Wait a minute. What did I do?
You clicked that all the way up.
You know what I meant. In the ball pen.
In the ball pen.
Bro, I used to work at this supermarket, let's say, right? And we had this shit smooth, man. We had this shit smooth because we were all up through there, management and all, And come up there, come to my line, you know what time it is. I bring them out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Slinging them things through there like, well, you know I ain't trying to get that shit pick up. You know what I mean? But you stand some shit. You know what I'm saying? These new niggas got hired. They done peeped us, but they ain't a part of the process. So now these niggas just like they just doing it all wrong. This one chick, I said,
trapping out the bando.
Bro, listen. She filled up the whole buggy, right? I'm talking about max that whole out with shit on the bottom and everything. Washing powders, everything, right? And just mobbed. Straight up, you work here. She mobbed straight out the door. I'm like, yo, you're wild. And right after that, bunch of motherfuckers got fired. You know what I'm saying? It was her. Oh, my little baby Sunshine. Shout out to Sunshine. Anyway, But you know what I'm saying? Because she got caught up with the Subway sandwich. Well, it wasn't no Subway, but it was a sandwich they had made in the little deli joint. And she tried to boost that joint on the day they was hot on them. I said, oh no, you done got fired for a sandwich and got caught up in the sweet because they were just watching the cameras all day long. Like, oh no.
That shit is crazy. We about to lighten it up, you know. We on one of the final stretches. So, you know, I figure we mix it up a little bit.
Speaking of good looking, you got a girl?
Huh?
Do you have a girl?
Yeah, girlfriend.
You have a girlfriend?
3 of them.
3?
But they're older than me. They're older than me. That's why I get the older ones because they're more mature and they got money and stuff.
You get the older ones because they're more mature.
Yeah, and they got more money.
More money. How much older are they than you?
I have to ask my daddy over again because I think I know one of them age is 30. That's the only one I know whose age is right.
But your daddy knows how old they are.
Yeah,
How's he know?
because he's been seeing them for a long time.
Oh wow. He picking up his daddy girlfriend.
That was you, Hef? Was that you?
Damn.
You missed it.
Who ain't got no bitches?
Yeah, man. Funny thing though, in terms of that thing right there, these kids learn. They try. Remember, this is a Rant show. These kids learn, and they trust us. We are superheroes to them. We are superheroes to them, and they're gonna take what we say and they're gonna follow what we do. The thing is, who are we putting our trust into? It's a good question. We raising our kids or somebody else raising our kids? One of the things we talked about earlier was about people that should be having children and shouldn't be having children. And a lot of it is based on lack of maturity, lack of knowledge, right? But when we have that lack of knowledge, because there's some people that believe that there should be some sort of course that people should be able to take or some sort of licensure that people should have before they can have children, you know? Because it's important for the parents to be able to know some shit. So I want y'all to take a look at this real quick.
Right now, there is a kid finishing parents' evening in a heated discussion with his mother, saying, why does he have to study subjects he will never ever use in his life? And she will look at him blank-eyed, stifle a sigh, think for a second, and then lie. She'll say something along the lines of, you know, to get a good job you need a good degree, and these subjects will help you get a good degree. We never had this opportunity when I was younger. And he will reply, but you were young a long time ago, weren't you, Mum? And she won't respond, although what he implies makes perfect sense, that society's needs would have changed since she was 16. But she will ignore him, grip his hand more sternly, then drag him to the car. But what she doesn't know is that she didn't ignore him just to shut him up. She didn't lie because they were just returning from parents' evening and an argument in the hallway would look bad on her resume. She won't lie because she's just spent the last 1 hour convincing a stern-faced teacher that she will ensure that her child studies more at home. No, she will lie simply because she does not know any better herself, Although her whole adult life she has never used or applied Pythagoras' theorem, prophetic fallacy, and still does not know the value of X, she will rely on society to tell her that her child, who has one of the sharpest minds in the school, is hyperactive, unfocused, easily distracted, and wayward. Students, how many equations, subjects, and dates did you memorize just before an exam never to use again? How many A grades did you get which were never asked for when you applied for a job? How many times have you remembered something 5 minutes just after the teacher said stop writing, only to receive your results 1 month later to realize that you were only 1 mark short of the top grade? Does that mean remembering 5 minutes earlier would have made you more qualified for a particular job? Well, on the application form it would have. We all have different abilities, thought processes, experiences, and genes. So why is a class full of individuals tested by the same means? So does that mean Sherelle thinks she's dumb because she couldn't do a couple of sums? And if this issue is not addressed properly, it then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then every school has the audacity to have a policy on equality. The irony. Exams are society's methods of telling you what you're worth. But you can't let society tell you what you are, because it's the same society that tells you that abortion is wrong but then looks down on teenage parents. The same society that sells products to promote natural hair, looks and smooth complexion, with the model on the box half photoshopped and has fake lashes and hair extensions, with pastors that preach charity but own private jets, imams that preach against greed but are all fat, parents that say they want educated kids but constantly marvel at how rich Richard Branson is, governments that preach peace but endorse wars, that say they believe so much in the importance of higher education and further learning, then why increase tuition fees every single year? I believe Miss Jefferson when she took me into the office and said that my exams would be imperative to my success, because we was taught to always follow when Miss Jefferson led. But then I took Jefferson out of the equation and learned to think for myself. I realized we was taught to always follow when Miss led. The irony. Test us with tests, but the finals are never final, because they never prepare us for the biggest test, which is survival. And what I suggest is fairly outlandish, so I do not expect everyone to understand this, except for the kids who knows what it feels like to be worth no more than that D or that A that you get on results day, and the ones whose best stories were never good enough for the English teacher, because apparently you missed out key literal techniques, did not follow the class plan, and the language was too informal for him to understand. But then he'd reference Hamlet and Macbeth, and you'd fight the urge to express your contempt by partially clenching your fist with only your medius finger left protruding in the middle of your hand, and then asked if he was aware that Shakespeare was known as the innovator of slang, or the kid at the back of the class who thinks, why am I studying something that doesn't fuel my drive? But then when confronted with a maths problem, his eyes come alive. So this one is for my generation, the ones who found what they were looking for on Google, the ones who followed their dreams on Twitter, pictured their future on Instagram, accepted destiny on Facebook. This one's for my failures and my dropouts, for my unemployed graduates, my shop assistants, cleaners and cashiers with bigger dreams, my self-employed entrepreneurs, my world changers and my dream chasers, because the purpose of why I hate school but love education was not to initiate a worldwide debate, but to let them know that whether 72 or 88, 44 or 68, we will not let exam results decide our fate. Peace.
Yo, the edit on that was fire as fuck.
Yeah.
Not only was that spitting straight bars, but the edit on that was fire as fuck. Before we get too deep into this.
No, it's
it's not that work in.
This one right here. This is, I want to call it one of our closing topics. You heard that statement when they say fuck what you heard. That thing where he's talking about, he might as well call it fuck what you learn. We out here, we all out here, and we think we got it right. We align ourselves with institutions. We subject ourselves to systems and modus operandi that's out there, that's already in place. And we sell it to our kids as the mode for success. We sell it to our kids as the right path to take, regardless what they want to do. Are we really paying close attention to the system? Are we really paying close attention to the system we subjecting our kids to? Are we really? I don't think so. We putting tablets, we putting things in their hands, we setting them in front of the TV, and then because it says PBS Kids on it or Disney, we're assuming that creates a level of safety for them, right? It seems like it creates a level of safety for them, right? But my final statement about that thing right there, if you listen to that and you watch it, you'll understand what he's saying is that what are you trusting? You know what I'm saying? It's like you in a place and you thought you were safe with your kid. This is what I believe that a lot of us are doing by not paying attention, not being a part of the process, not understanding how important we are outside of that system. This is what happens to us when we realize that we fucked ourselves.
I can't see her anywhere. I can't see her.
Bro, this is my biggest fear in life, dog.
Here, this is your friend. Okay.
He's 3 years old. He's got blonde hair. He's only that big.
Bro, that's like real life, like one of my biggest fucking fears in life, dog. Like,
so watch this. Think about the parents that entrusted these systems, these people, these places with their most precious creation. That, and then that child who they did everything they thought they were supposed to do for and put them in the right place. And then they turn to a life of crime. They turn to being for the streets. They turn into nefarious folks, shiftless, lost people. That thing that we just watched, that's the same motherfucking feeling after you feel that you've lost your child, even when they're older. You can't trust these systems, yo. We can't trust these systems, man.
It's like it's a double-edged sword though, because if you yourself are an intellect or your child is innately genius, then you can pave your way through the system, through the school system, and get a generalized idea of what is going to benefit you and be of value the most. I remember when they were teaching us typing in like, I don't know, like 4th, 5th grade or something, right? And like they don't teach kids how to type anymore. Like it was important to us to learn how to type because we were learning that the computers were going to be the wave. And then we were doing like coding on Black Planet and MySpace, and we were learning coding and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like we just didn't know how valuable that shit was gonna be. If we had any idea of how valuable that shit was gonna be, like we were playing around with some $1 million shit in 6th grade. We just didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference, because the school system isn't meant to pump out the next entrepreneur or the next multimillionaire. It's not built that way, but the information is there, and it's a generalized accessibility to all of that information. So if you can guide your kid, or if your kid has the wherewithal themselves to navigate that arena the proper way, it's gonna pay off for them. But it's like if you take all of that away from your kid, and now you're trying to get a curriculum for them that's going to work and pay off to the best of their ability, to the best of their benefit, are you going to have them like dumb when it comes to general conversations and knowing how to punctuate sentences, because you pump like stocks and just all of this financial information into them? Like, you know, there has to be some type of happy medium there, and I think that happy medium there is motivating kids to get good marks in school, but all the while not being so obsessed with the things that they aren't so good with. You know what I'm saying? You struggle with reading, or you struggle with math. Well, these things aren't going to define what your future looks like, but you definitely should apply yourself.
Okay, so what do y'all feel?
I think this goes back to the conversation we was having earlier, right? When we was giving the example of my daughter coming to me in middle school saying that she don't want to go to high school. She just rather get her GED. Like, I feel like this is a great example of that. You know what I'm saying? Because if it get to the point to where she's saying like, look, Pop, like, I'm not learning shit in this class. Like Hef was talking about, like, yo, like, Pops, like, I'm not learning nothing in this school. I feel like everything that they taught me, I'm already, like, I know everything I need to know. They're not teaching me anything about coding or programming, and that's really what I want to do. That's what I'm good at. That's what I know how to do. And if she sit down and tell me that she can build a computer or a website or an app or whatever from bottom to top, you know, if she tells me that she has that ambition or that ability, I would be inclined to nurture that. I would be inclined to have her spend more time on learning how to do that than focus on who was the president in 1742. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that's my thought process. But like have said, like, it is a median a nice middle ground that's there, right? Because when I talk to my daughter and when we look at her grades, it's a matter of what have you done to get this grade that you got. A great example is report cards came out right before Christmas, and she had an F in her English class. And when we spoke to the teacher, we found that was because she didn't turn work in. Simply because she didn't turn the work in. It's not that she didn't understand it. It's not that she didn't know how to do it. She just didn't turn it in. So the conversation I had with her was about applying yourself. It was about having the intent to see something through to completion. It was about having the wherewithal to know that you were given a task and you didn't complete it. Whether you're in school, you're at work, you're in life, or wherever you may be, if you have a task and you don't complete it, there are repercussions for that. So the over pressing of thinking that you have to have a 3.0 or a 3.5 or something like that is definitely not something I push on my kids.
Who's next? Anybody? Andrea, best in the world. Vic?
Yes. I push getting good grades, but I want to make sure you learn the assignment too. Not you because I have my daughter, she like to run through stuff, and I have to. And her teacher told me at the parent teacher conference she need to slow down, and so I be telling her it's okay to get a good grade, but make sure you learn the process because she like to run through stuff more sense. And I don't. I mean. And I don't worry about. I mean, I do worry about. I mean, I don't. My son is an honor roll student, but his sister's not. But I don't try to make her say, "Well, he's honor roll and you're not." I don't want to do that to them. So I'm like, just do the best you can. But that scene happened to me. I took my son to the water park, and I lost him for like 15 minutes, and that was the most scariest part of my life. And I swore then I didn't go to a water park for a long time.
It's that feeling.
In response to the first video, because I'm not a parent, so I don't know how it feels to lose a child. I think it would feel definitely devastating if I did. Most definitely, to lose anybody you love, you feel devastated. But I think in response to the first video, I remember you was asking a question earlier, what really pisses you off? And the biggest thing that pisses me off when people try to put me in a box. Don't put me in your box. Like I don't fit in your box. I don't want to fit in your box. I don't want to fit in your mold. I'm my own mold. I'm my own person. You know what I mean? And I think that the first video really spoke to that, like letting that person be their own definition of themselves, letting that person not be defined by the standards that other people have, but allow them to be their own standard, because that's really what they are. You know what I'm saying? So when people try to put me in a box, I really hate that. Like I don't want to be put in a box. I want to just be me and be me to the best. So yeah.
All right, Vic.
I'm gonna say it like this: the things that these children are learning in K through 5, they can learn in K through 2 or 3. For most, I think they prolong that part, and I think the curriculum is a little dated and it needs a little broadening. But overall, I think it's more like what Hef is saying, is that it's a generalized vein of information. It's not specific. When you go in the military and you don't know what your job is going to be, they put you in what they call open general. A lot of people don't want to be open general because they say if you go in open general, they're just going to make you a cop. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't want to be a cop, don't go open general. But the whole idea is for the people who are undecided. We put you in this category, teach you a little bit about everything, and then you decide later. But the whole idea is that they're giving you the foundation, the bread. You know what I mean? But if you want that substance, that meat, that's for you to do at home. That's for you to put them in extracurricular activities. My niece is one of the most talented people I've ever met. She plays like every instrument. She has her own sewing and embroidery business. She sewed her own prom dress, and this shit was fly. It wouldn't like, no, oh, sweetie, that's so good. Nah, that shit was like, damn. You just need to start selling dresses. We putting you in fashion designing school. You know what I'm saying? If you want that, but she don't want that. She want other things. She's so talented. Her confidence is so high. She don't even need to go to school. She's doing 90% of it online. She's not even in high school physically. She has to go in for certain things just to, you know what I mean, make certain things official. But other than that, it's like working from home. I think with all these things that are going on, schooling from home and homeschooling is going to become the popular choice in a future that we may think is further off. I think it'll be here a little bit sooner than people are assuming. And you're going to have to know enough not only to teach your child the basics, but you're going to have the funds to make them a well-rounded person, because it was already your responsibility. I think we put too much onus on a school system that is run by people that we say we don't trust.
I feel you. Yeah. Shit. I can't, after that mic drop, how the fuck I'm gonna pick that mic up now? Is the truth. So, folks, I'm gonna thank each and every one of y'all that came in. First to the panel.
We ain't hear from Mr. O on there. Hold on, I want to hear from Mr. O on there.
Oh, yeah, I thought Mr. O. He likes. I thought he was a mannequin. He ain't even moved. He just my
Yeah,
bad,
cool,
Mr.
baby.
Old
Ice
Top Hat.
cold.
Thanks for the heads up, Watts. Go ahead.
No, you gotta. Was the topic about the? What do we think about our kids' academia?
Yeah, so what I was saying was after we watched that video, in terms of what the kid was discussing on the video, one of the points that I made is that we need to stop solely trusting the system and what they're doing with our kids.
Right.
There's parents that are trusting the system and forcing their kids to do homework well that those parents ain't never did well or don't even know how to do. And we're entrusting our kids blindly to a system without us adding our piece, adding our piece to it to make sure that everything is right. We just sending their ass to school. We sending them to school. And then we go to parent teachers meeting and just many of us, not all, just listen to what the parent, what the teacher said, and then give the kid the business or celebrate them based on what that teacher said.
Right.
Not even fully understanding if it's really the optimum thing to do.
I got you. I apologize. Something required my time a minute ago, so I missed the video.
You good?
But where you going with this? I think that a part of the thing, what you call the system, is to let them know that there is no system outside of the system that I created in my house. So I think the system inside the house is probably what's missing, which is why you parents are phoning it in, so to speak, that you're saying now. But in saying that, the whole curriculum is standardized just to get people to pass and not really to get them to learn anyway. And if I let them know that they don't have to be a part of what the system says that they need to do next with their life, then I think that I'm ahead and allow them to figure out what their strengths are, like what some of the guys mentioned, and key in on those. I always tell my kids I'm not so concerned about A's and B's as I am just about you passing, because like when you get into the job force, all about the high school part, all it just says is high school diploma, yes or no.
Yeah, in the video, because it said in the video it was saying you forcing me and asking me for A's and shit. But when I go to apply for that job, they're not asking me how many A's I got.
Past what college you get into, it's just did you get one or did you not get one? Like they're all the same, whether you was valedictorian or last in your class. If you got a high school diploma, check that box. Like that's all you need for that. But outside of schooling, we have ways of getting the education around getting the academic scholarships or whatnot. But there's all kinds of ways to get the education if you need it for what you're trying to do, not because the system says you need to do it next. Just expose your kids to more options of what they can do with their life, or show them. I always tell people, like, figure out what they're good at and then show them ways to make money doing it that they may not know. And I think we'll have more success and better outcomes that way than trying to maneuver through a system that wasn't designed for us to succeed. So,
all right, I like that. I like that. One last lesson before the wrap. Safe.
Yo,
it up. That is hilarious.
There y'all go.
Man, that was funny.
So I'm gonna be picking up my sweater vest tomorrow, y'all.
You know what I mean? Cardigans, man, and some bow ties for sure.
So starting from O to Hef to Andrea, I want y'all to let these folks know who you are and what makes you special on this planet, in this YouTube universe.
I'm Mr. O, and I'm just living, man. I just somebody with something to say, man, and I hope someone could appreciate my perspective on things. Tune into our show Tuesday and Thursday nights over at my channel, Mr. O is Just Living, where we give you a player's perspective on a lot of unique topics. Until next time.
Hold it down.
Yo, it's Big Hef signing in. If you want to catch any of my content, it's HAH Big Hef on our socials. I got a little following on TikTok. Come rock with your boy as well. I co-host on Mr. O Show, Just Living. So come over there, like, subscribe, and like he said, Tuesdays and Thursdays, we try to send this YouTube thing to the motherfucking moon. So come fuck with your boy and let's have a good time. And you know, I always love coming to rock with the Nighthawks.
We invent all of that shit.
My bad.
You all good. Love coming to rock with the Nighthawks. I always appreciate the honor and the privilege. And I look forward to coming to rock with y'all again real soon.
You already know where the key is.
Clear.
Always love, fellas.
For sure, for sure. I'm gonna catch y'all later. Signing out, baby.
Hold it down, big dog. Andrea.
Yes, it's Andrea Lynch. I go by Hot in Cali, and I go by it's all hot air. And just come on, check us out. And me and my friend, we have a show called That's That Bullshit every Thursday night. So check us out. We give y'all something to laugh, gossip. Come on out there.
Yo, there's just you were well behaved tonight, and I don't like that shit, so I gotta give it to you anyway.
Stop.
I had to give it to you anyway. Thanks for dropping through. You already know, like I said, you know where the key is to the crib, Andrea. This is your crib too, and soon we're gonna have connections for your Xbox in your room. All right. So if y'all see it, go to Hot in Cali, or go to It's All Hot Air and sub. She has hella content on there too that you guys would enjoy. So check it out. Now we got to go to the Fly Guy.
All right. What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me. Well, check me out. You see where I'm at here all the time with the Nighthawks. Chef Shapino page. If you haven't already, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the page. For my content, you can find me on Finesse Visions. Today rather, Earning My Stripes podcast will be going live. We're gonna be talking about why the next generation doesn't think Jordan is gonna be the GOAT. It's gonna be a great conversation. You can also find me on Twitch, 100 Watts to Fly. You find me there. I definitely plan on doing a lot of work there. As soon as we finish this, I'm about to plug my PlayStation up and get that connected. Probably go live on there tonight too. So yeah, man, I love those that love me, and y'all stay beautiful.
Hold it down.
Yo, what up? It's your boy Victor Freeze, aka Just Vic, aka Victor Freeze Music. I appreciate everybody coming out rocking with us today. Shout out to Mr. Best. Shout out to O and Hef. Shout out to the whole panel. My sister Andrea, 100 Watts Chef, the genius. And appreciate everybody who participated in the chat, kept this thing nice and lively, rock with us. And definitely come tune back into us again. If you want to find me in particular, all you're going to have to do is put in Victor Freeze Music, all one word. Throw that in the YouTube bar. You're going to see that logo right there. Go ahead and hit subscribe and the notification bell. Got some hot new. It's on the way. So go ahead and hit that notification bell, and that thing going to drop on you anytime soon. Hit the About tab if you want to find some of my other links, if you want to find my other social media pages. I appreciate everybody. Good night.
Solo layout on that ass. What up? It's your boy Chef. We did it, y'all. We got another one in the books. 4 hours and 24 minutes of us building, sharing, ranting, laughing, bitching and moaning. But we were building, which is the most important thing. And we all left alive, right? Yo, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining this wild affair, and understand that we got more content for you coming. It's not just our house. It's not just my house. This is your house. Bring friends. Like, share, subscribe. Share to Facebook. Share wherever. IG. Whatever you want to share it to. Twitter. Just share. You can find me everywhere, Chef Shapino, including on Twitch. All right? Thanks for having a good night. Thanks for being a good night. Thanks for being a great audience. Thanks for being part of the clique that makes this thing work. Because guess what? There actually is a fourth horseman. It's you, the audience. Y'all make it real. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can't give you no money. The best I could give you is some vibes. So get vibing, y'all. Chef out.
Club on jump, it's the weekend. You done come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, you that me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on buy and I say, today on buy, you the kid play, baby. Tell me what you want. Julian, well, I know you ain't fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Never thought I feel that we were sleeping on the floor. West Side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. That's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga.